And I am here. We can begin. Let me just undo the cable. There we go. So, this event is interesting. It's interesting because it seems to be a bit of a retcon, however you want to pronounce it, event, etched upon the ocean. If you... maybe you remember it, maybe you don't, but I did actually play through Etched upon the Ocean event, and now we have it again. When you go to the recruitment, you even see the exact same Aurorian, Zhongzhe, who I already have. When you go to the store, event store, you can see Li King, who I also already possess. What's the deal with it? As far as I know, it's kind of a retcon of the entire, like, Chinese branch, I guess, of the game, you could say. I think even if you go to... I never visit this place, so I guess... no, not Enlightenment, not Formation, some archives or something? Is it a thing? Where I can take a look at Illustra? Oh, sure, medals. Yeah, personal intel. Right, they even added Longzhe. Longzhe wasn't on this map before. And it shows us characters from Longzhe. Mu Yebai, Li King, Zhongzhe, Dan Tang, Li Tianjian. All of those I have. And the same you can see in Ambraton and others. Alchemy stores launched in China, and apparently it got a really good reception as well, and for some reason they decided to retcon this old event and rewrite it, and I don't know exactly why. But they did, and it most probably has something to do with the fact that they launched in China. Regardless, let's start with... what does she even do? Nope. Zhanji, or however you pronounce it. Generate a square thunder array. Oh, I know more or less what she does. I don't want to spend too much on her because we're getting anniversary units, but I can spare a couple of 10 pulls. That's a 5-star. And the 5-star is packed. Okay. And I guess one more. Why not? Another 5-star. Her? I forgot her name, sorry. Sure, 3 times the charm. And a 6-star. And whatever Lumamber I get from this event, I'm just gonna save up for the anniversary units. Illumina. Well, that's not what I wanted. Hey! Sharona!
たちのような姿の高齢を見たことがない。まあいい。それはあなたのせいではない。昔から私たちは確かに数が少ないからな。
I said not exactly who I wanted, but I actually really did want to get Sharona. So not an on-banner character, but a character I really, really wanted. And Hydrad as a bonus. A character I really wanted thanks to the wishlist. I'm assuming. Yeah, thanks to the wishlist, because it allows you to select characters that you would like to receive if you don't get the rate up, which is really, really, really cool. Okay, so that's it. I'm not gonna be pulling for... what's her face? Zhuangji. I'm gonna be saving for the anniversary. She's not limited, so I might get it from another wishlist or just another regular event. Regardless, let's stop talking. Actually, before we stop talking. Oh, just 3 star flares. Okay, that's fine. Star Crest. Leaking Salambers. And leaking... who, again, I already own. Sure, I'm gonna grab the furniture as well. In case going through this event takes so much time that the store closes. But it won't. We have like 8 hours with change, so we should be fine. I do want to check how many stages we have. And we seem to have 10 stages. Alright, that's a fair amount. Let us begin. ST1 beginning. Hello, welcome to the stream. This is really bad. We're almost down to the last of our reserve funds. I've been too busy to take on jobs lately, and Soros just had maintenance done. Somehow we burned through almost all of our money. If Vice finds out, she's gonna put me on ration crackers and short-dated instant coffee for every meal again. Oh, what do we have here? Vice, it's nothing. It's just that we're on the verge of bankruptcy, so we have to reactivate our wartime rationing protocols. Is that it? So you already knew. It'd be even weirder if I didn't. Honestly, you need to do a better job of keeping track on the Colossus expenses. I can't be up here to help all the time, you know. Still, it looks like fate is on our side. Take a look at this. A courier just brought us an urgent message from the Lean Guild. Dear Angius, the following matter concerns the very future of our guilds. As such, it is our sincerest wish that as the navigator of the Colossus and a master of the psychic arts, please lend us your aid. The Lin Guild has helped us out plenty of times before, but now they need our help. They're offering a huge reward too. A chance to improve our standing with the Lin family and make a ton of money? Sounds great. I'll chart a course for Ambraton right away. Hang on, the job isn't in Ambraton this time. It's in Twin Pavilions Bay. But if the job concerns the entire future of the Lin Guild, why wouldn't we go to their headquarters first? Because, according to them, Twin Pavilions Bay is just as important as Ambraton, if not more so. Carleen, I thought you were still reading in your room? I still have time off to accompany you this time. Besides, I'm the only one here who knows Twin Pavilions Bay. For Lumopolis, trade between Twin Pavilions Bay and Ambraton is vital for the economy. The faraway land of Longzhou brings all kinds of goods to our shores, including plenty of valuable products and skills that we have no way of reproducing here in Astra. The Lin Guild is also from Longzhou. After braving the vast ocean to get here, the place where they first made landfall was none other than Twin Pavilions Bay. To this day, it serves as Astra's only accessible harbor for Longzhou's merchants' ships. In a way, it's the foundation of the Lin family's commercial operations. Considering how urgent this invitation sounds, I don't think they're exaggerating when they say the future of the Lin Guild is at stake. Then we should go there as soon as possible. But where exactly is this Twin Pavilions Bay? Allow me to show you the way. We can reach there quickly by following the Gold River all the way to its source. Incredible! Twin Pavilions Bay looks nothing like any other place in Astra. It's like someone took a place from a totally different world and dropped it right here. I've only ever read about it in books as well. The Lin family spearheaded the development of this area with the people who first traveled along the ocean route there established. As a result, more and more visitors from Longzhou began to arrive here. This, in turn, led to the establishment of such a Longzhou-style city on the shores of Astra. It's even more wonderful in person than its descriptions in our books. Steamed buns, fresh off the stove, piping hot and full of savory meat. Would you care for some steamed buns, my friends? Freshly arrived travelers, I take it. Then you must try our tea. Pre-rain Longjing, Young Men Silver Bud, Infinite Large Leaf, and even Dan Shan Oolong. We carry every kind of famous tea straight from the fields of Longzhou. It smells amazing here. So many things I've never seen before. When we finish our job, we definitely have to come back for some shopping. Speaking of the job, did the letter say anything about where to find a guild? Suddenly, a gust of wind blows past. My letter? Huh? Did that golden dragonfly grab my letter? Wait, this isn't a normal dragonfly. Is this thing made of metal? I'd hold onto things more carefully if I were you. Oh, thanks? Don't mention it. Was that another Longzhou specialty? There you are. Pardon me, but are you Angius? Yes, that's me. I came here to help the Lins. I'm a representative from the Lin Guild. We're very grateful for your assistance. Now, if you don't mind, I'll go ahead and discuss the details with you. I'm sure you're all somewhat familiar with the Lin Guild, yes? We specialize in the transportation and distribution of goods and technology from Longzhou that aren't normally found in Astra. However, the vast ocean dividing our two continents is fraught with danger. As it stands, only the Lin family's vessels can make seasonal voyages along routes the ancestors established. But the Shadow Wind, one of our most important merchant vessels, hasn't been seen in over half a year for reasons still unknown. No contact for over half a year? Could something have happened back in Longzhou? We have no way of knowing that either. Currently, the only way for information to travel between our two lands is through the Lin family's merchant ships. Even the Lin Guild itself has no other way of communicating with their people in Longzhou. Unfortunately, Miss Carlene is right. Neither Astra nor Longzhou have developed a communication device capable of spanning the vast ocean between them. 2 days ago, however, we received a signal from out on the water, one that is used internally by the Lin family. We believe it came from one of the merchant ships arriving this season, but the signal suddenly disappeared before we could respond, and we haven't received anything like it ever since. I see. You want us to use the Colossus to search for the missing ship, right? Precisely. Given the circumstances, you're our best hope of finding it. Understood? We'll do everything we can. For the next few days, we scoured the ocean from atop the Colossus for any sign of the merchant ship. We've searched every inch of the sea surrounding the port, but we haven't seen so much as a piece of driftwood out here. At the very least, we can rule out the ship disappearing in the nearby waters. That's good news, right? Yes, but now it seems our only choice is to search even further out. Is that okay, Angius? To be honest, I'm not very confident about this. As it stands, Soros isn't equipped to handle unexpected storms in the open sea. I don't have much experience out there either. The furthest I've gone from the mainland is Cloud Island. If the ship went missing even further than that, rescuing them would be even more difficult. Why are you two just silently staring at me like that? Because it's you talking, and usually, even when there's no hope, you manage to come up with something, don't you? I think you guys are overestimating my resilience. But you're right. We accepted the job after all. The least we can do is try our best. I'll use my full power to scan as much of the sea around us as possible. Hopefully I manage to find something. Force booster. In the direction of the wind... Yes, there's a large number of Aurorians in that direction over there. The bountiful ocean provides. Looks like we finally have a lead now. Wait, you two, look over there. The skies are darkening, but the sea behind us is as calm and still as a mirror. There's a storm approaching from up ahead. See the ship? It's massive. It's a Lin family merchant ship. We have to save them, but I don't know if the Colossus can... Wait, and just take a closer look. The people on the ship, I can sense they're a little nervous, but they're not panicking at all. The passengers on the deck are moving with a clear purpose too. It's as if someone's directing their actions with a steady hand. Captain, there appears to be something flying overhead. Hello, Muyabai. Don't worry about that right now. Continue tightening the ship's stays and keep the rudder stable. Keep your eyes on the water's surface. We're forcing our way through. Aye, aye, Captain. The tide surge as colossal waves rise and crash with a deafening roar. But just as the pounding waves converge into a deadly whirlpool, the ship manages to break through to safety. Thank goodness they made it out. Phew! That was way too close. I thought my heart was gonna give out. The captain of that ship must be one incredible person. The ship's hull is covered in damage. It must have weathered plenty of storms on its way here. I'm surprised it can still sail so smoothly. The rest of the voyage should be peaceful enough. I don't think they'll run into any more danger. Let's escort it the rest of the way back before finding a place to land. It's the Shadow Wind, it's finally back! It looks different than before. What do you know? That's because it's a completely different ship from the previous Shadow Wind. Years ago, there were rumors that Yi was developing a brand new mechanical core for Ji's largest vessels. This must be one of those new and improved ships. Stronger, faster, and tougher than ever before. The newest iteration of the Shadow Wind is the only one of its kind. So many people. Whenever a ship comes to the port, the people of this city come out to welcome them. It's something of a small ceremony for them. But with how excited this crowd is, we can hardly see the ship itself. And just, thank goodness I found you. Ah, it's the Lin Guilds. Yes, and as you can see, the Shadow Wind has finally arrived safely at our harbor. The captain would like a word with you as well. This way, please. The captain? But we didn't do anything at all. That's hardly true. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Muyabai, the captain of Shadow Wind. Perhaps it was nothing for the legendary Celestite, but you helped the Shadow Wind more than you know. The truth is, our ship encountered a serious problem half a year ago when we lost contact with the Lin family. Our armillary sphere, a tool used by the Lin family to navigate the sea based on the positions of the stars, was also lost in the aftermath. As a result, we had to rely on experience and sea charts alone to plot a new half-blind course across the ocean. Along the way, we were beset by savage storms and vicious Eclipsites, and that whirlpool we encountered earlier was just as dangerous. If it wasn't for your guidance, Angius, even if we had escaped the whirlpool, we'd have been lost at sea for days before finding our way here. So, even if you think you did nothing for us, I must properly express my gratitude for your guidance and protection. Per the guild's tradition, those who help the Lin family in a significant way must be repaid twice over by being taken into the guild as honored guests. If the Twin Pavilions Bay branch is unable to compensate you, then, on my authority as captain, I'll repay you myself. Don't get ahead of yourself now, Captain Yubai. We've already come to an agreement the Astra way. Furthermore, our honored friend does not fully align himself with any particular entity. I need your answer, Angius. Will you join forces with the Lin family? Am I imagining things, or is the captain trying to get me to join them officially? Captain, well, it's true that I came here looking for a big reward. I only helped in the smallest of ways. That's the truth. And I was just carrying out my duty as per the agreement. Speaking of repayment, the Lin family has been kind to me too. It goes both ways. Which is why I can't accept that kind of reward, or join the family, or join the Lin family for that matter. I've long since known about Captain Yebai's heavy-handed way of dealing with others. Her benevolence is matched only by her imposing strength. Imagine getting turned down, how very amusing. Allow me to intervene on this young man's behalf, so that he may speak with you on more local terms. Would that be acceptable? Yep, I'm not looking for an alliance or any special treatment. Being friends with the Lin family is good enough for me. I wouldn't mind going for a ride on the Shadow Wind someday though. You're welcome to come aboard the Colossus too, Captain Yabai. The Shadow Wind is far too damaged to properly entertain guests right now. Since Lady Dantang has made her wishes clear, I'll naturally abide by them. Forgive me if I was out of line just now. Don't worry about it. You can just call me by my name. You can just call me by my name too. The Shadow Inn will be docked here for the next 2 weeks or so. With all the repairs it requires, we might have need of your services again soon. You will be generously compensated, of course. Sounds good to me. Some of my friends are still waiting for me, but I look forward to seeing you again. Just a moment, Captain. I wasn't informed that the Shadow Inn would stay in port for so long. Are there any other requests that... A splitting sound rings from the ship overhead as a large piece of lumber suddenly breaks off and falls into the sea. Does that answer your question? I understand. The Shadow Inn is certainly in dire need of repair. I'll contact Lee's and Son right away. Rest assured, they're experts. They oversee the repairs done on every ship that docks in Twin Pavilions Bay. This won't be an easy way for them. This won't be an easy job for them, I'm afraid. Why isn't Angelus back yet? Don't tell me they've detained him. I can't just stay here and wait. I have to go look for him. Already a very different story from the original run of this event. So, this is the Twin Pavilions Bay. The architectural style is indeed reminiscent of Longjeu, but a few details have been somewhat exoticized. Interesting, to say the least. Let's go for a tour of the town, Ju. I happen to know that a certain personage from Yi who has been here for some time now. I'm sure she can show us plenty of interesting sights here. The voyage was long and a tiring one, Your Highness. Shouldn't we find a place for you to rest first? My, you seem to be missing the point, Miss Ju. The best part of any journey is enjoying the sights and roaming the streets to your heart's content. Allow me to accompany the two of you. Perhaps I can find even more auspicious ground for Princess Dantang to tread upon? I'm tired. Ju's right. We should go back to Yabai and rest for the day. Hey, wait for me, Your Highness. I can have many types of people with me. Friends, warriors, and even enemies. But swindlers have no place at my side. Don't be so cruel, Your Highness. And after all we've been through together, too. She's really pretty. Wait, did that guy just call her Highness? Vice, what you looking at? Ah, you're finally back. I was just thinking that on top of bringing lots of goods, the Shadow Inn also brought lots of interesting people. Some of them might even become our friends. Nah, this won't work. If only it was still on the Shadow. If only it was still the old Shadow Inn. I can hardly recognize any of the techniques used on this new model, whether it's the furnace, the heat dissipators, or the waterproofing. And don't even get me started on all these Yi components they threw into the mix. See? Pardon me, what seems to be the trouble, everyone? Princess Dantang, I would rather not bother you with the details, Your Highness. After all, you have your mission to carry out. Are you still upset with me for upstaging you earlier, Yabai? You're all too familiar with the dealings and disputes between the 8 vassal kingdoms of Longjeu. Although I'm here as a representative of G to them, I'll always be a Yi hostage. Earning the G kingdom's full trust is extremely difficult given my identity, which is precisely why I volunteered to sail across the sea and come to Astra. I can only hope that my actions will prove my sincerity. All that I do for the mutual peace and prosperity of the 2 kingdoms. And since the Shadow Inn is inextricably linked to commerce, shouldn't I also be concerned for its well-being? If so, then naturally I must do all that I can for its sake. It's the Shadow Inn's repairs. This new ship is equipped with the most cutting-edge technology that was carefully developed by Yi's finest technicians. It's nothing like its predecessor. Without artisans who are capable of mastering this new technology, I'm afraid repairing the Shadow Inn will be a long and difficult project. Guess who's gonna be the artisan? The new character, of course. She made the mechanical dragonfly, so of course she's gonna be able to fix the ship as well. Twin Pavilions Bay has plenty of raw materials and shipwrights to work with them, but none of them are equipped to handle the Shadow Inn. Phew! Princess Dantang? If it had been anything else, I really wouldn't have been able to help at all. But if you need a talented Yi artisan, I think I know just the person for the job. How much time were you planning to spend on the Shadowind's repairs, Yabai? Half a month. Then there should be enough time. Put your minds at ease. Yi's greatest artisan happens to be right here in Twin Pavilions Bay. By using this transmitter bird that she invented, I should be able to find her soon. Now that the Shadowwind is safely docked in a harbor, our work here should be done. Is something troubling you? I know what it is, and just made such a big, righteous deal about refusing Captain Yabai's offer, kicking himself for turning down such a sweet deal, I bet. If you knew it would bother you this much, you should have just accepted back then. No way. Even though Soros's repairs and our daily expenses have made things tight lately, even though I have no idea where I'll find another job, I won't accept payment for something I didn't do. Besides, I'm still pretty young. I don't want to spend the best years of my life working as a clerk for the Lin Guild or something. I don't think joining the Lin Guild necessarily means that you have to become a clerk. I think you might be missing the point here, Carleen. My fellow Twin Pavilions Bacon. Wow, that's really loud. Where's that coming from? Did they install one of Illumina's military loudspeaker systems on the roofs or something? After a long and arduous journey from Longzhou, the Shadowwind will be in port for approximately 2 weeks, and will undergo much needed repair work. To this end, we're recruiting any capable porters and craftsmen in the area. Everyone is invited to sign up. Those who lend their knowledge and labor to our repair efforts will reap the benefits that the Shadowwind brings from the other side of the sea. Boss, hurry and gather the workers. I've got to hire more temp staff right away. I'm gonna go work on an announcement right away. I don't think you need to. I'm pretty sure the whole town heard the news. But how? I didn't know Twin Pavilions Bay had a system like this in place. Could this have something to do with what Captain Yabai said earlier? What perfect timing. Let's go see if there are any good jobs available. We might be able to make a fair amount of money while we're here. Yeah, this is very different from the original one. Already fixing some of my issues with the original run of the event. My biggest issue was that I think the plot was that Shadowwind was lost at the sea, and I was wondering why is the navigator on the Shadowwind and not using the Colossus to travel to the to Longzhou. But apparently he was taking the ship instead of flying the Colossus. This just gets rid of that. The Colossus is actually used. It's mentioned that, hey, flying over open ocean, dealing with the storms, not exactly something I can deal with. Right? It really fixes a lot of the issues so far. I can see why they might have wanted to redo this event. The Shadowwind's repairs are nearly complete, but you suddenly fall victim to an unexpected attack. Standing between you and certain doom, however, is the new character. Who else? I would like a thematic team, maybe. Can I sort by Longzhou? There we go. Let's take Moyebai first, then Li Tianjian. I'm gonna have to level you up, mate, first, though. What do you even do? Oh, random attacks to enemies. Sure, that's fine. Ascension 1. Okay, more damage if no enemies within a surrounding cluster. That's fine. E2.
生きとし生けるもの、色も姿形も様々です。
Active skill as well uses this effect. And
当たらなければお題は結構です。
oh, insufficient nitium. Great. I guess you're not gonna get to E3. Not yet, at least. I guess I can... no, I can't. Alright. Right. Muyabai, Li Tianjian, Dantang, Zhongzhe, Li King. Let's see how that works. I mean, it's the event stages, so of course it's gonna work. They've never been hard. And so, we spent 2 very productive weeks in Twin Pavilions Bay. Aside from doing all kinds of odd jobs for the Shadowwind, I also did plenty of other things. For instance, there was one day when Caroline and I were watching the repairs being done on the Shadowwind. A strange fortune teller holding a bunch of weird-looking sticks appeared and tricked us into drawing a bunch of weird fortune sticks. I also helped Vice prepare for a special dance that's supposed to bring blessings and ward off disasters at sea. That was also the day that we formally met Princess Dantang, who previously saved me from that uncomfortable situation. At first, I was worried that a noble from a foreign country would be hard to talk to, but she turned out to be really approachable and intelligent. Afterward, she and her black-clothed servant taught us all about Longzhu's unique culture. Unfortunately, Caroline and Vice had to go back to Lumopolis and Illumina after receiving new orders, but that won't stop me from earning even more money for us. This is a rare opportunity, after all. Kind of a shame that it was all telling and not showing. I would really like to see those events actually transpire. And yes. Oh, sorry, Princess Dantang, I blacked out for a minute there. That's quite alright. I was just about to get to the important part. Also, didn't I tell you to just call me Dantang? Yes, sorry, Dantang. I didn't come here to listen to apologies, you know. I promised Yabai that I would find her the perfect artisan to fix her ship, didn't I? Under her supervision, the Shadowwind's repairs have gone swimmingly, and the ship is already in its last phase of maintenance. For that reason, we have begun preparations for a celebratory feast to commemorate the completion of the Shadowwind's repairs. As for my own mission, my efforts have also proven fruitful. The Lumopolis envoy finally returned with a response thanks to Lady Caroline. They have agreed to welcome us as visitors from Longzhu and discuss both trade negotiations and Eclipsite countermeasures. The envoy will also attend the feast and will travel to Longzhu aboard the Shadowwind to visit Ji. Sounds like a successful mission to me, Dantang. Congrats! Thank you, NGS. Now then, the reason I've come here today is to invite you to the banquet as well. You mean I can go too? I'd be honored. And we'd be honored to have you there. A pity that Miss Vice and Lady Caroline won't be coming. I truly wanted to express my gratitude for their help personally. I'll be sure to treat you especially well in their absence. That sounds good to me. I'll finish up the rest of my work in the meantime. See you at the banquet. Let's see. Deliver a bill to the shop in the eastern part of town. Check. Gather and return the workers' tools. Checks. Check. Deliver a shipment of goods to this warehouse at the end of Chungshi Street. Check, but not really. I get up early to deliver this shipment, but no one has come to get it yet. I even had the time to go to get some other stuff done in the meantime. I wonder why no one's here. Today's the day of the Shadowwind's banquet. I'm gonna be late if the client doesn't show up. What's with these weirdly shaped crates anyway? Eclipsites inside, probably. Do they really need this stuff to fix a ship? Eclipsites, certainly. Huh? Why does it feel like something's off about these crates? What was that? Oh, what? Haha. Not Eclipsites. Crab. A really well-designed metal crab. I really like this design. Is that some kind of crab monster? Wait, stay back. Those pincers look nasty, but it's a good thing I was quick enough to avoid them. Hiss. Whoa, it can breathe fire? Damn, okay. We're getting some CGs. A spout of scorching fire erupts from the monster's mouth. Suddenly, a large parasol appears. Glinting brightly as it rapidly spins around, the metallic parasol quickly disperses the incoming flames. Dry weather makes it easy for things to catch fire, so be careful. The monster's flames seem to have no end. But the parasol keeps them well at bay. Only a faint heat from the fire manages to get through. Also, screeny. That voice sounds familiar. Hey, I remember now. You used that dragonfly to help me catch my letter before. But what's with this parasol? Oh, I wouldn't touch that right now if I were you. I'm not liable for any injuries you might sustain. Besides, I still have to deal with these rascals. Well, let me guess, we're not fighting crabs, are we? Of course not. We are fighting Eclipsites. Why wouldn't we be? Leaking. Sure, maybe? Not having a good and proper converter is gonna hurt. Yeah. Now we have some red tiles to work with. Right, and because of Leaking's debuff, they get a guard on 1 HP. No, I don't want to move anybody. Not yet, at least. Maybe? And Muyabai has her ulti as well. Like this. And I could probably move you as well. Yeah, create a nice red tile. You just deal damage to random enemies, that's fine. And it all went to that one, sure. Maybe? Yeah, good enough. And Dantang. Not quite enough for a kill. This will be enough though. Okay, playing with unreliable whatchamacallit, converters. Interesting experience. Amazing. Looks just like a regular parasol, but it's sharper than even the most legendary sword. When it's open, no amount of water or fire can get past it. When it's closed, it turns into an unstoppable blade. My eyes can't even follow her movements. With a flick of the wrist and a twist of her parasol, she turned those monsters into a bunch of scrap metal. Wait, they're made of metal? Doesn't that mean someone built these things? Why in the world would anyone want to make giant mechanical crabs as terrifying as this? These fire crabs are just one of many clockwork beasts that are regularly used in the E Kingdom's workshops. They're designed to assist with welding and joint construction, nothing more. Their pincers and their ability to unleash small controlled flames make them a useful addition to any workshop. Welding? Joint construction? Wait, so does that mean they thought I was raw material or something? Well, judging from your strength and durability, you clearly don't fit the bill. Logically speaking, fire crabs shouldn't make such a simple mistake. I don't know how I'm supposed to feel about that. What's more, EA has very strict regulations concerning the dissemination and use of clockwork beasts. For them to not only appear in displays and even attack people, it definitely means that someone's up to no good. So, are you gonna come out on your own, or do I need to make the first move? There's someone else in here? Shadowy figure suddenly leaps out of the shadows and sprints towards the door. Hold it! He dodged the attack. I have to cut him off somehow. Force busto! Relax, I know the rules. After all, I've been doing this kind of thing in Umbreton for years. After accepting a client's payment, it's only natural to do things according to their wishes. Besides, they're only asking me to learn how to work these, what you call these giant crabs again? Furnace-forged crabs or something, right? It'll be a pain, that's for sure. But this pain is nothing if it means I get to make the Lin family and the Shadowwind suffer. He's targeting the Shadowwind, but why? Out of my way! Ah! Careful! Thanks for catching me. I would have gotten really hurt if you hadn't. Who was... Never mind him. I was chasing cornered prey, unless you want to get bitten. That guy's just an insignificant puppet. As for the one pulling his strings, I already have my suspicions. I have to rely on the folks here in Twin Pavilions Bay to help me find this... Wait, that voice. No wonder he sounds so familiar. You're the one who put all those loudspeakers on the city gate towers. Who exactly are you? Huh? You don't know who I am? I'm sorry? Just pulling your leg. I'm not so conceited that I would blame someone across the sea for not knowing who I am. Still, I'm surprised Dan Tang hasn't introduced me, considering how much he's told me about you. That's not very fair at all. Anyway, allow me to introduce myself. My name's Jiangji. I'm an artisan. And just like Princess Dan Tang, I also hail from the artisan capital of Longzhou, the vassal kingdom of Yi. I've been living in Twin Pavilions Bay for a while now, idling away and doing things like returning lost objects to their rightful owners. But thanks to Princess Dan Tang's weighty recommendation, I'm now the temporary head technician for the Shadowwind. I'm not only in charge of the Shadowwind's repairs, but also the maintenance of the voice-transmitting clockwork birds that I lent to the Lean Guild. Clockwork birds? So that's how you did it? Yep. Essentially, they're just flying loudspeakers that never need to hang up. But that didn't stop me from carefully attaching beaks and feathers to them. So you're the great artisan that Dan Tang told me about. You sure live up to your name. And I should also mention something. Those big terrifying crabs lying all over the ground, I designed them too. Yeah, but not for combat, and someone is using them for combat. Yeah, they are straying from the original story way much. With the banquet aboard the Shadowwind well underway, Dan Tang begins to worry about your absence. She is completely oblivious to the danger lurking within the bowels of the ship. Without further ado, please welcome Captain Yehibai as she delivers a speech for tonight's banquet. The Shadowwind's smooth and expedient repairs were the result of everyone's hard work and perseverance. Tonight's banquet is in honor of everyone in attendance. The Lin family has always valued hard and honest work, and is more than happy to reward such fine efforts. So please, eat, drink, and enjoy yourselves as much as possible tonight. I never thought a banquet as lively as this could be held on a ship. Your praise is most appreciated, Telema of Lumopolis. I wonder what other surprises Longzhu has in store for me. I'm looking forward to finding out. That's only natural. Longzhu is very particular when it comes to receiving guests from afar. As an envoy from Lumopolis, you'll be regarded as a rare and special guest. Nothing but the very best treatment will suffice. When you put it that way, I'm all the more excited to visit the other side of the sea. But Longzhou is still a long way away, so may I first learn a little more about the Shadowwind's features? Ever since I arrived in Twin Pavilions Bay, I heard so many interesting rumors about this ship's technology. With its meticulously crafted components and countless functions, the Shadowwind is supposed to be nothing short of a work of art. In any case, it looks far more agreeable than any of the bulky and unwieldy technologies in Illumina or the desert. Every place has its own unique technologies. Naturally, their advantages and disadvantages are just as varied. Hello, welcome to the stream. Allow me to find a suitable guide to introduce its features. Zhanji, where have you gone? Ah, son, your timing couldn't be more perfect. Your Highness, how may I be of service? Would you be so kind as to show some of the Shadowwind's features to our friend here? The envoy of Lumopolis is very curious about the ship's many functions. But of course, I've been tinkering with these contraptions for the last few decades. You won't find a better guide than me. Then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands. Until we meet again, my lady. Phew. What is this, Your Highness? Do you require rest? Not at all. It's far too early for me to start feeling tired. But I wonder where Angias could be. Could it be that his work has delayed his arrival? I could always go search for him. Wait. What is it, Ju? Be wary of your surroundings, Your Highness. Seems like I'll have to recite the Shadowwind's code of conduct for our passengers some other time. What is it? What's going on? Oh my, what could it be now? It was hard enough to gain a seat for tonight's banquet. An inauspicious start to the night, I must say. Stay on your guard, everyone. Bang! Ah, the ship is rocking back and forth. Captain, some of the clockwork beasts have started attacking the Shadowwind support structures. We're in the middle of a banquet, aren't we? Why tonight up high? What on earth is going on here? I demand to know what's happening to the ship right now. Oh, he's behind it, isn't he? He absolutely is behind it. Please stay here, Your Highness. I'll go take care of things. Very well, but be careful. I wish she was a playable Aurorian. Dantang's bodyguard, G? Something like that. Special trap cage can be smashed by Aurorian's area damage skills. New enemies may appear after it is smashed. Okay, so a crate. Alright. No, cannot do that. Can do this. Right. His skills are only useful when I can move enemies, so I'm gonna need to build up some points, I guess. I wonder how exactly is that achieved. Should have read his skill description better. Probably defeating enemies with his skills. Or using his skill, maybe?
天地総合の
Ah.
聖水を集めて。進路からそれない。
陰陽合一。
花の開く時じゃ。
毛を見てみましょう。
Yeah.
健康100年。玄妙不可思議。
And boom.
カイドウの花に情けあり。
Oh, that's a lot of enemies, actually. No. Oh, I cannot use that many tiles. This will have to do.
進路からそれない。花よ乱れ咲け。投薬。調合は完璧。
And now I can do this. And then move.
こいつは効くよ。
And then
天
do
地総北の
this.
聖水を集めて。
And now he's guarded, but also poisoned and dies to poison. Easy. The matter has been settled, Your Highness. I'm glad to hear it. But why do you look so troubled? Don't tell me you were hurt during the chaos. I'm fine, G. Due to the clockwork beasts losing control, the Lin Guild is now discussing whether or not to delay the Shadowwind's departure. This decision isn't being made out of cowardice. However, the sea is fraught with dangers like the storms and Eclipsites. To add to all of that, our clockwork beasts have begun inexplicably attacking us. It's too dangerous to leave the harbor. We must be patient and continue watching for any changes. But we don't have time to simply wait and see. As many of you are aware, I have journeyed to Astra in order to accomplish two goals. The first is to improve relations with the governing factions of this continent and formally enter trade agreements. The second is to exchange technical and tactical knowledge for countering the Eclipsite threats. Does everyone know why these two goals have been given in such high priority? It's because the coasts of Longzhou have fallen under frequent Eclipsite attacks in recent years. As a result, our merchant vessels and their voyages have been greatly affected. G, one of the 8 vassal kingdoms with which I'm affiliated, was founded on commerce. As such, its prosperity depends almost entirely on safe waterways and robust transportation. The many guilds of G have long since requested that we rectify this issue. But the royal court has yet to find a lasting solution. No matter how many times we drive them back, more waves of Eclipsites take their place. This has driven many of our people from the coast, leaving this area susceptible to pirate occupation. Our merchants and shipping industry workers are under constant threat of attack, and our people are unable to lead peaceful lives. For this reason, our king decided to appoint and dispatch a noble emissary to Astra. In doing so, he hopes to find a breakthrough in our struggle against the Eclipsites. Convincing Lumopolis to allow an envoy to accompany me back to Longzhou for further talks was no easy feat, but now... I want off this ship right this instant. You promised that it was perfectly safe, didn't you? We haven't even left the harbor and we've already fallen under attack. Is this what you people call safe? No one told me these mechanical monsters were capable of attacking us. No one at all. I can only dissuade the envoy for so long. If we can't fix the ship and send it on its way quickly, I fear things will change for the worse. If so, then my mission... Well, the princess makes a fine point, but we cannot afford to be reckless regardless of the circumstances. You would be putting your own life at risk as well. I believe we should wait, Your Highness. If the envoy is unwilling to make the voyage, I can always convince him in other ways. You've sacrificed much to get to this point. I refuse to let it all be in vain. Care to share your thoughts, Captain? This voyage is undoubtedly a very important one. The ship carries more than just the princess and our merchandise. It also carries the future of the Lin family. We've already incurred too many losses at sea. I'm afraid we won't be able to withstand yet another heavy blow. Which is all the more reason to be cautious. So, begin repairs of the ship's frame immediately. We set sail as soon as the Shadowwind is in working condition. Captain, how could you also... Wait, Captain Yabai? Honestly, what are all the yak people like? Honestly, why are all the yak people like this nowadays? Exactly. You know what they say: haste makes waste, slow and steady wins the race. Unfortunately, the current situation doesn't seem to grant us the luxury of time. Quite the predicament indeed. Who are you? Interesting. I don't seem to recall a swindler being invited to this banquet. Oh, your highness. Given all that has happened here today, I fear very few people still have an appetite. It would be a shame to let all of this delicious food go to waste, don't you think? Thankfully, I happen to have a very healthy appetite tonight. Everything tastes exquisite, though I do find the melon to be a bit underwhelming. In their rush to provide for the banquet, it appears the farmers harvested these melons before they were perfectly ripe and sweet. I've had enough about. I've had just about enough of your prattling. I was merely making an observation, nothing more. In the end, it falls to you to decide whether or not to wait for the right time. But sometimes it's best to let nature take its course. Letting the melon ripen and follow the vine is far more agreeable than forcing everyone to partake in bitter and unpleasant fruit. Wouldn't you agree? So, when is Zhongzhu and Li Qing showing up? Or are they just not a part of this story? With Zhangji's help, you continue searching for the origins of the root clockwork beasts. Aside from the warehouse, it seems every pharmacy in the port is also highly suspicious. Before we continue with that, I would actually... explore. I would actually like to grab some nitium. A quick sweep. And I'm gonna bring our swindler boy to a proper level. Or to third not evolution, ascension. Yeah, now I have enough nitium. Alright. And can I level up anybody else? Can I break through? Li Qing is already max breakthrough. Dantang. Yeah, I don't have dupes to level her up. I don't have... What the fuck is this text? I don't have Fire Slumber Druce. He is also already as high as can be. Muyabai. Okay, I can... Yep, break through Muyabai a little bit. And you are also... Yeah, as high as you can be. Alright. We can continue now. With our team being ever so slightly stronger. And 3 guests. Oh, is that where Zhongzhu and Li Qing appear? Because it mentions pharmacy, and Li Qing is a pharmacist. Give me a minute to think of a way to explain this technology so that you can understand. I get it. I understand that Astra has conducted extensive research on the 4 forces. The 4 forces? 4 different elements of Lumina. My field of technological expertise is concerned with combining different materials and creating machines that are capable of harnessing Lumina, just like Aurorians and Spirit Beasts. Does that make any more sense to you? Sounds a lot like the Lumina technology we have over here, but the style is completely different. Of course, our goals are one and the same. The difference merely lies in our worldviews. The people of Longzhou believe that all things in this world contain lumina. A vast circulatory network of lumina can be observed from the smallest blade of grass to the tallest tree, and from the tiniest insect to the most savage of beasts. Our techniques allow us to infuse lumina into the materials used to make components. We can then produce any number of effects by regulating the flow of that lumina. With proper materials and precise structures, our technology can even create an entirely new world. Wow, talking about your technology is like talking about the philosophy of creation. Haha, well, you're not wrong. Those fire crabs from before, as well as my copper dragonflies, are all manifestations of that very same philosophy. My peculiar parasol is no exception either. It has countless mechanisms, which is why it's capable of both attacking and defending. When properly understood, the principles of our technology can be applied to far more than just clockwork beasts. I had no idea it was so impressive. I guess the study of machinery isn't as simple as I thought. Of course it isn't. After all, the technology is the foundation of an entire vassal kingdom, as well as the reason the Lin family was able to re-establish their trade routes. In the Yi Kingdom, the skies are full of clockwork birds carrying messages, while wooden oxes haul our goods on the ground. If you're ever too lazy to put on clothes, wash your face, or prepare food, there's a mechanical creature to help you finish any task. If you ever find the time to visit, I'd be happy to show you the true extent of our technology. Sounds good to me. But what exactly are we doing right now? Isn't it obvious? We're looking for a warehouse that was used recently. I'm well aware of that, considering we've already checked out a handful of warehouses. Some of them were locked too, but I wasn't fast enough to stop Jiangji from picking their locks. But shouldn't we be chasing after the enemy right now? I'm an artisan, remember? Working with machinery is my specialty, so leave the searching for the little informants I've scattered all over the city. A group of thugs hiding in the shadows somehow managed to get my blueprints from an unknown source. They turned my fire crabs into tools for hurting people and stowed a bunch of them in the Shadowwind's warehouse. That failed ambush just now was clearly not their real objective. I'm sure they have even more traps hidden around Twin Pavilions Bay. I'm really worried for the Shadowwind's safety. Normal people don't stand a chance against those fire crabs. The strong must not oppress the weak, the many must not oppress the few, and the rich must not oppress the poor. With machinery comes great power, and those who wield it must never use it to hurt others. The artisans of my land came together to create this code of conduct, and we are all sworn to uphold it. For that reason, if I ever manage to find the thief who stole my blueprints... Her voice suddenly turned cold as ice. That's right. The way you put it, these clockwork beasts can simulate the flow of lumina in living organisms. This means I might be able to use my powers to sense the location of more fire crabs. What an interesting conclusion. Here goes. I just have to imagine the fire crabs from earlier and the same type of lumina they gave out. There. It's faint, but at least I can sense their direction. It's over here. Never would have expected to find this small warehouse in such an out-of-the-way location. That was quite an impressive feat. Thank you for your help, Angus. Inside the dilapidated warehouse are all kinds of strange-looking crates, each containing fire crabs, floating harriers, even long scorpions, and they're all made from the highest quality materials. The owner of these warehouses must have plenty of money to spare. What are they planning to do with so many clockwork beasts? Think you can give me a hand again, Angus? We need to open all these crates and check the clockwork beast for any markings or symbols. Now that you mention it, you did the exact same thing with the fire crabs earlier, but I don't see any markings on the clockwork beast in either of these warehouses. Like I said before, the Yi Kingdom strongly regulates the use of clockwork inventions as well as their blueprints and shipment channels. Whether they're mass-produced in a workshop or custom-built by a single artisan, every single clockwork machine must be inscribed with a unique marking upon completion. That way, someone can always be held accountable if problems arise with the machine. So, if we cannot find any markings, does that mean our investigation reached a dead end? Nope. At the very least, it proves that these machines weren't built in a Yi Kingdom workshop. Their components have been smuggled out of the country and assembled over here. There are other things being kept in these warehouses as well. There's a bunch of other merchandise mixed in with the clockwork beasts. Wait a minute, these markings with the Lin Guild? Precisely. A couple of days ago, when the Shadow Wind first arrived in port, I overheard some of the passengers talking about the same thing. Something about the Lin family getting involved in smuggling operations back in Longzhou, and the head of the family being arrested by the maritime trade officers. And just, can I ask you for yet another favor? I need you to ask Captain Yabai if the Lin family is indeed involved in smuggling. I've been searching warehouses ever since I got attacked by those firecrabs earlier. I wonder if the Shadowwind's banquet is over yet. Huh? Something happened aboard the ship. Surely you're aware of the mutual benefits that our cooperation would bring, Telema. Of course I'm aware of them. Don't insult my intelligence. But no matter how great Longzhou may be, or how vital our mission is, what's the point if we can't reach your homeland safely? I've taken multiple precautions to ensure your safety every step of the way. As an honorable citizen of Lunopolis, I truly wish to believe you. But with all that has happened, I'm afraid I must reconsider. Telema, isn't that the Lumopolis envoy that Dantang's been talking about? With a sudden change of heart. Last suspicious location it left to search is this pharmacy. This feeling. There appears to be a powerful user of the Flame Force arts inside. Now then, let's see who's hiding just behind this door. What is it? Pardon my intrusion, but I have some questions I would like to ask. Are you familiar with the owner of that warehouse over there? If not, then are you familiar with the Lin family? Door's opening. Better get ready for a fight, fool. Why is there a child answering the door? Sorry, but could I speak to an adult? Who says I'm a child? Well, you're clearly You're quick on your feet. I knew I should have checked the almanac before going out today. I'm sure it would have warned me about coming to a place where they welcome visitors by drawing their swords. Graw. Oh? My, this is quite the unexpected welcoming committee. So that's how they're gonna bring Zhongju and Li King, I guess. Sure. Oh, we have a healer, eh? Well, someone is healing. Yeah, I would actually like to get rid of you, if at all possible. Almost. How can Dantang help me? Like this, I think. Yep, deleting this one. And allowing me to take this path. Which allows me to do this. And then move him twice. Oh, no, I thought twice, but no, the cost increases actually. Oh shit. Ah, second wave as well.
調合は完璧。
調子は良さそうだ。
こいつは効くよ。天地総木の聖水を集めて。
いいよ合一。
花の開く時じゃ。
The gameplay is really slow without a proper
水杯効果。
set of converters, isn't it?
占わん。調子は良さそうだ。
今が見頃ぞ。
Oh boy. No, they have shields, so this did absolutely nothing.
万物は一年より生ず。
調合は完璧。こいつは効くよ。天地総木の聖水を集めて。
No, not the red.
いいよ合一。
調合は
Still not enough. This should do it, I
力を
think.
蓄え機械を
There we go. Well, that took a lot of time. These guys just don't know when to give up, do they? We keep killing them, but they keep popping up out of nowhere. Hey, aren't you gonna fight her, Zhongzhe? A metal parasol, a copper dragonfly, and such finely crafted clockwork creations. Are you perhaps Mistress Ormila? Wait, you know her? We've never met, but I've heard much about her. A genius Yi Kingdom artisan belonging to the Qianyun sect. At the age of 15, she shocked the entire nation with her realistic music-playing mechanical puppets. Shortly afterward, she became a strategic advisor for the King of Yi. My understanding is that the titles granted by the Yi Kingdom are based on famous inventions. For you to be given the title of Armilla means that your kingdom must truly recognize your ingenuity. Oh, I wouldn't go that far. Besides, I retired from the political scene long ago. I'm just a simple artisan now. But you, a master swordsman with red hair and a knowledge of Longzhu's politics, he must be Mr. Zhongzhe, the esteemed associate of the Lin family who is known and respected by every guild in the Ji Kingdom. Your words are kinder than I deserve, my lady. Li King, this young woman is not our enemy. Not necessarily. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Don't you have any manners? Hush, little one. The adults are talking right now. I told you I'm not a child. Half a year ago, the Ji Kingdom was tracking down a shipment of smuggled goods. After a thorough investigation, they discovered that the Lin family's merchant ships were the only ones with access to the departure records. The Lin Guild was also unable to provide a valid explanation for the matter. So what? You think you can blame them based purely on coincidence? You have a point. Although the only suspects in this case are the Lin family, many people still find the matter highly questionable. But after searching the nearby warehouses just now, I found a large quantity of Yi Kingdom clockwork beasts whose parts were most likely smuggled out of the country as well. I also found a fair amount of cargo bearing the Lin Guild's mark mixed in with the clockwork beasts. As a distinguished associate of the Lin family, surely you must know something about this. Would you be so kind as to explain? It's true. A Lin family's merchant ship did indeed transport smuggled goods. How could this Telema person be so stubborn? No matter how hard Dantang tries, she doesn't seem to be getting anywhere. What's gonna happen to her mission if this keeps up? I understand. I will respect and abide by your decision, Telema of Lumopolis. I'm glad you finally see things my way. I always knew that a beautiful and noble lady such as yourself could sympathize with the plights of others. Similarly, I must ask that you also understand my own situation, Telema. Oh? Engius? Would you be willing to take Telema's place as the emissary of Astra and return to Longzhu with me? Me? Yeah, apparently. And that is how we get on... Wait, 2 stores? Oh, no, no, no. No. Absolutely not. Zhongzhu, I like you, mate, but... yeah, I'm gonna get a proper fire converter. I see Faust, Uriel, Caroline, Rin, maybe. I see.
使命は必ず果たすわ。調合は完璧。
6 turns, eh?
尋問を誰一人逃がさない。こいつは聞くよ。天地総木の聖水を集めて。
Nothing simpler.
この世を清める。よーく狙って。
Come on.
万物は一年より生ず。
調合は完璧。こいつは聞くよ。天地総木の聖水を集めて。この世を清める。うつろなる瞳。
毛を見てみましょう。水杯高校持って天命を占わん。
尋問を誰一人逃がさない。今が見頃ぞ。カイドウの花に情けあり。よーく狙って。
And the last one, I just gotta get there. Okay, and 3 rounds for this whole shebang now.
こいつは聞くよ。天地総木の聖水を集めて。花の開く時じゃ。
毛を見てみましょう。
It's gonna take a little more, I'm afraid.
水杯高校持って天命を占わん。
2 more rounds now.
調合は完璧。今が見頃ぞ。カイドウの花に情けあり。尋問を始めよっか。
Yeah, I think I'd rather use the blue tiles, maybe?
陰陽合一。
震え上がれ。
Last round. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to do it. I'm gonna have to use a proper fire team, it seems. Okay, yeah, whatever. Fire team. There we go. Place over.
離れていなさい。
古き力を解放する。
尋問誰一人逃がさない。
準備が整い現実を引き裂いてやる。
Yeah, just like that.
One 匹たりとも逃がさない。滅びてしまえ。悲しみ嘆き絶望の淵に沈め。泣き叫べ。One 匹たりとも逃がさない。一度だけチャンスがあれば。
準備が整い現実を引き裂いてやる。
尋問誰一人逃がさない。 導きのままに奇跡をその目に焼き付ける。今が見頃ぞ。カイドウの花に情けあり。滅びてしまえ。悲しみ嘆き絶望の淵に沈め。一匹たりとも逃がさない。
No, no, no. I don't want to use up all of those. This should do it. No, or maybe not. This does the trick, though. Almost done with this one. Yeah, having proper converters matters a lot, doesn't it? And not using a rainbow build. That's also important, I guess. That's how you do it. 3 stars. Yeah, much better. And 4, Envoy. Everyone has their own reasons for returning to Longzhou as soon as possible, so who would be the real target of this sinister plot? And now I want Thunder. Kid gloves are off. No way. How could I possibly serve as an emissary? And why not? Well, for starters, I don't represent a major power like Lumopolis or the Illumina Federation. Yes, but a neutral party don't... Yes, but as a neutral party, don't you think you're in the best position to represent Astra's interests? Not only that, your experiences in this land are as vast as the network of allies you build over time. You are more than knowledgeable about Astra's affairs, as well as its strategies for fending off Eclipsites. Doesn't that align with our goal of establishing a bridge of communication between our two continents? But this is... I agree. Nenjus is famous in Astra. I've heard nothing but the highest praise for him, even before we had a chance to meet. As the official representative of Lumopolis, I'm willing to place the responsibilities of this diplomatic mission to Longzhou in your hands. Wait, I still need to think about it. Lumopolis, huh? Caroline did say she's always supported this exchange. I'm sure she'd be disappointed if it fell through. Dantang and her allies have been dealing with all kinds of trouble ever since they arrived in Astra too. Many people are placing their hopes on this mission, since it involves the future of two continents. If I'm the only person for the job right now, then I'll do my best. And yes, I'm so happy to hear that. Are you sure of this? Captain Yabai, so you heard everything too? You can just call me Yabai. Since it's already decided, and as captain of the Shadowwind, I hereby welcome Angius aboard as the emissary of all of Astra. The voyage will be treacherous, so be prepared both physically and psychologically for it. I understand. Wait, Captain Yabai, could I bother you for a minute? You see, a friend of mine asked me to ask you about the Lin family. It's true. A Lin family's merchant ship did indeed transport smuggled goods. Why are you telling her all of this, Zhongzhu? She showed up on our doorstep with a bunch of half-baked accusations. Just say a few words and send her on her way. I heard that, you know. But for you to speak about these things so frankly, don't tell me you intend to fight me, Mr. Zhongzhu. I have no intention of doing that. But if a single sentence was enough to make you waver, Mistress Armila, then perhaps you don't have the patience to hear the rest of the truth. Hello, welcome to the stream. Oh? So you're only willing to share your knowledge with those who are willing to listen, is that it? Not at all, my lady. I simply mean that I am in poor health and get tired very easily. For this reason, I thought it best to give you a concise answer just now. I see. Then, by all means, give me the long version of the story. After all, it'd be rude of me not to listen when you're being so honest with me, Mr. Zhongzhe. Heh, so you are willing to listen to others every now and then? That's because I'm an adult, little one. Stop calling me that. Get it through your head already. So, what exactly did the Lin family's merchant ship encounter at the sea half a year ago? Pirates. As usual, the Lin family's ships set sail for the G Kingdom at the start of the quarter. But as they entered Astra's waters, the crew discovered a shipment of unmarked and unregistered goods hidden in a cargo hold. Soon afterward, a number of pirates were discovered among the ship's passengers. So, these were using the Lin family's ship to smuggle contraband? Precisely. But their scheme was exposed along the way, so the pirates resorted to violence in order to hijack the merchant's ship. In the end, the only two survivors were the king, who was serving as the ship's doctor at the time, and myself. Zhangzhu fell overboard after getting seriously wounded too. He almost didn't make it. It took all my strength just to keep him alive, so I wasn't able to save his legs. That's how he ended up like this. You have no reason to blame yourself, the king. I'm already eternally grateful to you for saving my life. If you're really that grateful, then you should listen to me and rest more. Any time our unwanted guests show up at our doorstep, you always rush to fight them without worrying about yourself. Unwanted guests? Speak of the devil, here they are again. They always pop out the second we stop paying attention. It makes eating and sleeping a real pain. Fall to ashes. What did I just say, Zhangzhu? This is exactly why you're taking so long to recover. What remains of my life is no longer important. But the Lean Guildmaster, I made a promise to him back then. How could I possibly leave him die in... Leave him... What? How could I possibly leave him to die in prison when he was wrongfully arrested? That's why I cannot die. Not yet. I swear I will return to Longzhou and clear his good name before I draw my final breath. No wonder you two were so cautious of me when I first arrived. Have you been fighting off these clockwork beasts all along? There's been no shortage of Western mercenaries after us either. It appears those pirates have the backing of even greater powers in the world. With so many assassins constantly hunting us down, I fear these powers wish to see us buried in these foreign lands, along with the truth. If they succeed, the Lin family will never be exonerated of these false crimes. Even at a time like this, all you can think about is the Lin family. I really don't know if that's a good or bad thing, Zhongzhu. Ah, not again. Please forgive my rudeness just now, Mistress Armila. I was unaware of your true identity. I do not wish for you to become implicated in our problems, so please escape while you can. You wouldn't worry about implicating me. If anything, I'm the perpetrator here. I was the one who designed these clockwork beasts. But they were never meant to be exploited and turned into weapons by villains cowering in the shadows. At first I was worried that I wouldn't find any more clues, but the foes have delivered them right in my hands. I should be thanking the two of you, in all honesty. You're in luck, Mr. Zhongzhe. We appear to have a common enemy. So even after all of that, we were never enemies to begin with. Our enemies probably laughed their heads off watching us bicker back and forth all day. Don't be upset, little one. After we take care of these bad guys, I'll make you all sorts of fun toys to play with. How does a nice shiny ball sound? I can also repair Mr. Zhongzhu's wheelchair and add some new functions to it if you'd like. Your goodwill is most appreciated. But this wheelchair is just my means of conveyance. It doesn't require any unnecessary modifications. Haha, you may not be an artisan, Mr. Zhongzhu, but you definitely understand the true meaning of our craft. And that makes you 100 times more powerful than the cowards pulling the strings of this entire conspiracy.
最強の軍団よ、私の命令に従いなさい。稲妻が全身を駆け巡っています。
Should I really have picked Thunder?
計画は完璧。イカズチよ、大地を駆け抜けろ。
Yes, I should have.
アコロンの矢、全域戦車。狙いは
It's
定めて。
pretty evident. That'll do, for the first wave at least. And this might very well do for the second one. No, not quite. This will probably do. Almost. Easy. And that is what happened to the Lin family. I heard rumors about the Lin Guild's involvement in a smuggling incident 6 months ago, as well as the damage it brought to their name. However, this is the first time I've been told the details of the matter. If what you say is true, the verdict in this case seems quite arbitrary. There's no conclusive proof of the Lin family's smuggling contraband, but everything else seems to indicate as much. This undoubtedly puts the Lin family at a disadvantage. All they can do is bear the shame of this crime. This also explains why the Lin family was so adamant about braving the seas in spite of losing their armillary sphere. They're desperate for an opportunity to re-establish their trade routes and revitalize their guild. The Shadowwind's crew has been beset by problems from the very beginning, which is why they're so eager to set sail and return to Longjeu. Engius? What is it then, Tang? And why'd you look so serious? This sea is an unpredictable place. Since time immemorial, countless ships have failed to return safely from voyages as long as this. Aside from ever-shifting sea routes and enemy ambushes, the journey ahead will be full of other unseen dangers. If you are willing to board the Shadowwind, you must also be willing to venture into the unknown. Yabai is duty-bound to the Lin Guild's restoration, and I have my own responsibilities which I cannot abandon. We all have our reasons for braving the sea and have accepted the consequences of doing so. But you are different, Engius. As Princess Zhuohua, right? Zhuohua? As Princess Zhuohua, dragging you into our problems was the only answer I could come up with at the time. But as your friend, then Tang, I worry about your safety. I would completely understand if you chose to refuse my offer. Honestly, I don't know what I was expecting you to say. Huh? You say that you dragged me into your problems, but whether I'm Astra's envoy or the last of Caelestites or even just plain old me, I always take these situations into careful consideration before making any decisions. And, as your friend, I naturally want to help you out too. And just, if that is the case, then I swear I'll do everything in my power to protect you on this journey. I just pray that we don't face too many challenges along the way. Oh? Oh? Why hasn't the ship left yet? And why does everyone look like they're about to cry? Just relax, everyone. I happen to find a grizzled combat veteran and a legendary doctor to bring on the trip. And if worse comes to worse, I'll be around too. I may not be an advisor to the King of Ye anymore, but I would brave a mountain of blades and a sea of flames if the princess ordered it. Your Highness, Lady Ranji has returned. Yes, I could tell from all the noise that it... Yes, I could tell from all the noise that it was her. Your words are as eccentric as ever, Mistress Armilla. Be careful, or I may just place you in that kind of dangerous dilemma. Haha, alright, that's enough joking for now. I heard the Shadowwind was attacked earlier, so I need to inspect its hull one more time. I never thought that my fire crabs would be used to attack a ship someday. Looks like I'll have to reinforce or modify the power supply and navigation systems as well. Don't worry, I'll do my best to make this ship as safe as possible before we head out to sea. So are we actually heading out to the sea? The original story's plot was that some sort of a a navigation sphere or something was lost, and it turns out that that navigation sphere was using some enslaved sea creature or something like that. Are we gonna go through that, or are we just changing the story completely, I wonder? ST2 departure, in any case. Dear Vice and Caroline, sorry for replying so late. Yeah, I'm just not gonna bother. Oh, sure, the recap is empty. Why not? Don't give me a chance to read any of that. Sure, why don't you? Shipwright Lee, have your team apply a fire-resistant coating to the critical sections of the hull? We need to be prepared for unexpected fires as well as fire crab attacks. I'm going to inspect the ship for any signs of leakage. Oh, also, does anyone know where the captain is? And I need to convince her to buy a few more energy storage devices before we leave Astra. Anything can happen out at sea, and having spare energy reserves will help us stay prepared. Mr. Zhongzhi, forgive me for not speaking with you sooner. The last few days have been very busy. Thank you for telling me the truth about the smuggling incident. With this information, the Lin family's good name can finally be restored. I'm certain that the Lin Guild Master will be all the more emboldened by your safe return as well. We should have no trouble overcoming these obstacles by then. No, I'm simply doing my duty. After all, I was the one who failed to protect him. Still, there's no telling when the pirates will strike next. During our encounter 6 months ago, I was able to roughly discern their method of attack. We can use this information to formulate our countermeasures. Sandalwood, powder grass, mint, arrowroot. Do you have these herbs in stock? If so, I'll take everything you have. That's quite a big order, young man. Hey, I didn't choose to be responsible for an entire ship's health. I need to stock up on anything that can be used to treat things like chills and seasickness. The more the better. They're all busy doing who knows what, so someone has to make sure we have ample medical supplies for the trip, right? Now I just need to buy enough food to keep everyone in good health while we're out at sea. Have you finished writing your farewell letters yet, Jew? Yes, Your Highness. Truth be told, I don't need to say goodbye to very many people. But do you really need to send this many letters? We made plenty of friends and met many important people during our time here after all. We must maintain our good relations if we are to work together in the future. This reminds me that I still need to write a letter to the Twin Pavilions Bay Guild Association. Pirate accomplices have turned up in the city and they need to be rounded up as soon as possible. Honestly, it made me feel a lot more like... Once I mail this letter, the Shadowwind peak I can live up. When I come back, I'll be sure to bring... Cool! Oh, now we have a recap. No, it's Dantang's words. Great! Amazing, thank you. 10 out of 10 UI. Well, if it isn't envious. Hey, you're that fortune teller from before? Not another word, my friend. My powers of divination tell me that you just mailed a letter. Is that correct? What are you talking about? You clearly just saw me walk out of the courier union. Hehe, I'm only joking. Much like yourself, I'm also a passenger aboard the Shadowwind. Would you care to return to the ship with me? I guess not. Where are you sending a letter out to? No, it's best if we don't discuss that. I wanted to savor one last meal in Astra before returning home, but I haven't been too lucky today. Despite roaming around town for half a day, I haven't had the fortune of running into any wealthy people. A shame, really. What do rich people have to do with you eating a meal? You may not be aware of this, but despite my homely appearance, I'm actually even poorer than I look. In fact, I don't have a single night gem to my name. And you choose to travel the world in spite of that. Well, I'm quite different from the other passengers. I don't have any special motives to speak of per se. My curiosity to see distant lands is what compels me to travel. For me, the journey is what I enjoy the most. It makes no difference if I'm traveling to another continent or to the other side of a pond. Okay then. Even though I barely understood anything he said, it somehow makes sense. You find me a tad verbose, don't you, my friend? Then why don't I give you an honest-to-goodness divination? My heavenly hexagram divination includes rats, oxes, tigers, rabbits, and every other zodiac animal, and divides them into yin and yang. With it, I can discern the very secrets of the heavens and predict the future. I can't guarantee you'll have another opportunity like this. Rats and oxes, but aren't those just animals? What can they possibly show you? A wealth of knowledge, my friend. Let us take the Shadowwind as an example. Come, we can walk as we talk. Are you aware that the 12 animals of the Zodiac are aboard the ship? Well, rats on a ship aren't anything new, but I haven't seen any oxes yet. The people of Longzhou are very particular about imagery. In fact, certain things are named after the images they resemble. See that wedge used to stabilize the ship's mast? In our lands, it is known as a rat bridge. And the guard rails along the edges of the deck? Those are called ox fences. The boards on the deck are called horse faces, while the frame of the ship is referred to as the dragon's skeleton. Need I explain more? Didn't realize they had such imaginative names. Indeed, and just like this ship, my hexagrams echo all of existence, allowing me to see the future. Then, can you see what's going to happen to this ship during our voyage? Again, it's best if you don't ask. Just know that I also made a prediction when the Shadowwind was attacked earlier. The result was the yin ox and the yin horse. The dead ox does not move, and the dead horse does not neigh. At first, I took it to mean that the ship would not be able to leave port. But the Shadowwind's about to depart. Indeed, this means my prediction requires further interpretation. Perhaps I can draw more inspiration from the horse faces and ox fences aboard the ship. It's wise not to listen to the ramblings of a liar, Angius. Oh, come now, your highness. My art is but a means for me to feed myself, nothing more. Pay him no heed, Angius. Most of the passengers are already on the ship, so please climb aboard. Allow me to go over the passenger list one last time. Mr. Zhongzhu, Dr. Li King, Princess Dan Tang, Miss Ju, and Angius. Li, Sun, and Lady Zhangji will also be joining our voyage to Longzhou as the Shadowwind's technicians. Everyone is now present and accounted for. As captain of the ship, I should be the last person adding to the worries of its passengers, but given the special circumstances of our voyage, I feel I must make something very clear to everyone. Without our armillary sphere, the Shadowwind's location can't be ascertained while sailing the high seas. It falls to us to determine the ship's course. Sudden storms, vicious Eclipsites, and even unseen enemies are also to be expected out there. The dangers lying ahead will be far greater than anything we've faced in previous voyages. If anyone wishes to leave the ship, now is the time to do so. As expected, no one is moving a muscle. They're all determined to make the trip back. Since all of you have chosen to place your trust in the Shadowwind, then, as captain of the ship, I swear to lead us safely to Longzhou's shores. The Shadowwind sets sail now. And is that where the main plot of the previous version of this event comes in? Probably. Even in the vast open sea, there's no escaping the hordes of Eclipsites, which are referred to as wicked spirits in Longzhou. Fire! Splash, splash. It's been a few days since we set out. This is the first time I've left Astra by ship. A blue sky, rolling waves, a refreshing sea breeze, an unknown destination, plus a little loneliness. You're so fixated. What's in your mind? Oh, Jean-Ji. I was just thinking that the feeling of crossing the ocean by ship is totally different from riding a Colossus. Oh? How is it on the Colossus? It's rare that you would bring up the topic, generally speaking. Generally speaking, Colossus is a machine, right? Isn't that a little broad? That's not the point. Point is, you can really control... The point is, you can really control that larger-than-Shadowwind behemoth by yourself? How fast is it? What's the fuel consumption? How do the materials handle changing seasons? As a flying machine, other than propulsion, its shape also affects aerodynamics and lifts. You never quite explained these to me before. Wait a second. Did I just open a can of worms? Well, if it's confidential, we should keep it that way. Not confidential, it's just that even I can't offer an appropriate answers to some of those questions. Think about it. The Shadowwind stuff frail, rudder, mast, Yabai and that lot have to handle everything on the ship manually. If there is any wind speed or direction change, they have to decide how to modify the ship immediately. But the information in its database allows Soros to handle all these kinds of things. It's only at critical moments that I need to guide it with words or melodies. So it goes beyond simple control, but letting it perform logical routines and just execute commands. That's like a myth come true. Myth? Bonjour? Correct. Ancient history books talked about genes big enough to block out the sun, operated by people called gene attendants to traverse the land and sea in conquest. Wow, that's incredible. Soros can't block the sun. However high you fly, the sky and moon always seem out of reach. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Huh? I came on deck to measure the sun's altitude. That's not the name of something, is it? The sun above us? There's an ancient school of astrology in Longzhou. All you need is an astrolabe to figure out the distance between the sun, the moon, or even any two stars. Given that we can calculate the altitude and trajectory, it won't be hard to tweak the frame for your Colossus to block out the sun. It's obviously hyperbole, but coming from you it didn't sound like a joke at all. Then I shall be grateful for your trust in me then. But I do know the principle of slow and steady wins the race, building a gadget one piece at a time. Not that we can't get there right now, but we can still do a lot knowing sun's position, angle, and other data. Such as complementing Lynn's charts to figure out Shadowwind's current coordinates. And as long as you're always aware of your position, you'll never get lost at the sea. Easier said than done. The sea is too unpredictable for artificial estimation to remain consistent and accurate. That's why the armillary sphere, capable of showing constellations and pinpoint locations, is cherished as Lynn's treasure. It makes it impossible to even deliberately steer a ship off course with a competent astronomer aboard. Too bad the armillary sphere... I remember it was on that Lynn family ship which was hijacked by pirates, vanishing along with the ship. Yep, that's why I'm filling in. It's all been done by gadgets in the past, so how shocking it is for an artisan to stand in for the machine. But in this way, Jean-Ji could also be considered the Shadowwind's navigator. Only temporarily. Do not sell yourself short, Mistress Armila. The name Jean-Ji means Armila, which is another name for the armillary sphere. Armila is the perfect title for you. It is only proper, then, for Juan-Ji to replace the sphere. Am I imagining things? How come it seems to be saying that Jean-Ji wasn't doing a proper job before? A key counselor vacates a vital position without permission, leaving only a letter behind. A prominent renowned artisan forsaking her workshop and plethora of wondrous items in favor of traveling alone with but a parasol in hand. How would you explain the propriety of that, Mistress Armila? Your Highness, I'm sure Lady Zhangji has her reasons. Come on, it's not that complicated. A design draft got stolen and my school just happened to ask me to retrieve an artifact from Astra. It happened so fast I didn't have time to say proper goodbye. You're not still mad because I refused to teach you about gadgets, are you, Princess? I was young myself and stupid back then, so why don't you forgive me, Your Highness? What do you mean by back then? I don't see that changing. That's a cute image. Aha, sorry. It's rare for Dantang to show this kind of expression. Feels like I'm seeing a different side than usual. Oh my, you as well. Pardon me, please excuse my faux pas. This is not the time or place for me to chat. Mistress Armila is tasked with navigation duties, but as a guest, you took the initiative to survey the ocean surface, Angios. I feel ashamed and guilty enough already, much less interrupting you both. Don't worry. After all, I can sense the approach of Eclipsites to accepting this task. Wait. You may not wish to intrude, Princess, but certain things out there aren't as polite as you. They're coming to bother Angios as we speak. More Eclipsites. And I'm gonna grab some peanut crisps. Because I don't really need to narrate the combat, do I? Yeah, I don't want to waste red tiles. And done. No more crisps for me. Phew, finally taken care of. I wasn't expecting so many Eclipsites to suddenly pop up. That's a good omen, actually. Active Eclipsites is good news. That means we're close enough to Astra where Eclipsites roam. Instruments don't lie, but not so with our eyes. According to calculations, we should be near Astra, but it's hard to verify that on the vast sea. Them throwing themselves at us proves we're on the right course. They didn't just sacrifice themselves but offend me, but offered me proof. I killed them with absolute gratitude in mind. I've got no idea how those Eclipsites will feel when they hear your thoughts. Since the calculations are correct, that means Shadowwind is right on course. The wind is pushing the ship from the right angle, so we can save on fuel. Get yourself to work, son the skillful. No, though that's what Lady Zhangji said, we should be on our guard since those wicked spirits just won't give up. Your Highness, please stay close to me. Wicked spirits are far more common around Astra than in Longzhou. Wicked spirits? I've heard that before. Is that the Longzhou term? Indeed. The creatures called Eclipsites in Astra are called wicked spirits in Longzhou. Mr. Zhongzhou! Is the K not to rest in the cabin? I just saw Li King yelling for you to bring medicine. Li King has always poured his heart into treating his patients. Although I can't walk anymore, I can still use my sword, so I'll be fine. Zhongzhou, sir. Princess Dantang, you don't need to be so careful around a vagabond like me. You should all relax a little. Young friend, you should get some rest and leave the lookout duty to me. Yeah? Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. As these waters are so dangerous, it's always good to have more people on guard. Thank you for your vigilance. Things will get better around the coast of Longzhou. After all, those creatures of darkness are far less active in Longzhou than in Astra. The Empire organizes a grand ritual regularly to suppress the wicked spirits. The vassal kingdoms also have their own ways of dealing with them. The wicked spirits usually hide in the mountains, appearing only when their survival is at risk to capture those who are traveling alone. You probably are not aware that the wicked spirits in many places have been restless in recent months. Raids on civilians are occurring with greater frequency. Some of these wicked spirits even infiltrated cities and wreaked havoc. The defenses of the various states responded tirelessly, yet in vain. Now the people live in fear, not knowing if it's the Finling or other elements. You don't like Finlings? What? No, I'm just worried, that is all. Hang on, what's a Finling? You grew up in Astra, so the name is unfamiliar to you. They are similar to the demi-humans of Astra. The only difference is that demi-humans naturally have animal characteristics, whereas Finlings gain their demi-human forms after learning the Force arts. Some are disgusted with Finlings, but others like them because of their abilities and what they stand for. For example, the seafaring folk are eager to open their doors to any docile fish-shaped Finlings who appear. Although I've had many adventures at sea, I don't get along well with fish, so I'll never receive their blessings. Big fish are dangerous, so I hope we won't encounter any. Ah, get it? It's just like in Astra, where some people believe that certain animals bring good luck, while others herald doom. Exactly, but the claim that Finlings grant blessings isn't completely unfounded. In the past, some Finlings have actively protected the peace in certain areas after perfecting their demi-human forms. Even the Imperial Court was willing to acknowledge them with Imperial edicts and allowed the people to build temples to worship them. Wow, I didn't know. I don't know if I'll have a chance to see these Finlings. You know a lot about this, Zhongzhu. Whether it's banishing demons or conducting rituals, no one on board can rival him in the terms of knowledge and experience. You can inquire Saint Zhongzhu for anything more you wish to know, Engius. I only hope the wicked spirits at sea act slowly, as to afford us time to coordinate. Shame that the Eclipsites weren't that smart, as it took us several more battles before we could finally pass through the area. I didn't yet realize. But Eclipsites were far from the only dangers in the ocean. Victory! And 6 Storm, but I'm gonna be back in a minute, and that's when we're gonna play it. Sit tight. Back! On a howling, stormy night, a flash of lightning strikes the shadow wind and sets off a massive explosion. Through the chaos, you sense the presence of a special power. Let's continue with the fire. And my cat is here. She will probably demand some pets right about now. Rumble. Splash. And just wake up. Jean-G? Whoa, what's the matter? The fire is spreading fast. Quick, get those water bags up here. Evacuation is not done. Stop shoving. Don't cram into the cabin. Shut it. Protect the fuel vault. If it burns here, we're done for. What a ruckus. What's happening on the ship? We entered the far sea not that long ago, where the weather became ever more unpredictable. Luck's not on our side either. We drew the shortest straw possible. Thunderstorm. We could handle ordinary storms with no problem, but a bolt of lightning just struck the ship and caused an explosion. Now we have firefighting and evacuations going on. Evacuation where? In the middle of an open ocean? And I guess I'm gonna have to lift up my cat. Give me a moment. There we go. You should still be able to hear me well enough, I hope. Despite the change in position I had to undertake, or whatever. Let's continue. Lightning? Explosion? Didn't we check lightning and fire protection before we left? Is this possible? They're only good against natural fires. Problem is, that might not be the only problem we're having. Huh? This is not the time to explain. Not that I know exactly what's going on with the lightning and fire anyway. Can I help with anything? Well, the idea was to get you somewhere safe, but now you've become an extra pair of helping hands. So we're putting you to work. Follow me. Why isn't the fire under control yet? What are you all doing? Try do it yourself. Try it yourself. We're already risking our lives to stop the fire from spreading outward. Damn it, why is the fire starting from below? The cabin's all wood, it can't hold up. The loud blast is right up ahead this time. The front cabin door bursts open, flames surging in. The burning wood pieces stops just inches before the shipwright, fluttering into multiple fragments in the air. Both fire and water are merciless. Both fire and water are merciless. The last thing you should do when something unexpected happens is to panic. It's okay to be afraid, but don't let your companions pay the price of your fear. Mr. Jean-Gieux, thank you, sir, for saving us. Truth be told, I can't handle the issues on this ship alone. I need your support, sir. Please tell us, what should we do now? On this ship, you should be following the orders of the captain, not me. Mr. Jean-Gieux, thank you for helping us. Captain, sorry for making you deal with our issues while steering the ship. Say no more. A captain who doesn't shoulder the most responsibilities on the ship isn't a worthy captain. I've checked the ship's condition. We should be able to stop this fire if we take action now. Yes. The storm is still fierce. Dr. Lee King, please take the evacuees further away. Everyone else should prepare linen bags and break off burning objects with fire hooks. Some really nice music. Come on, where's the chorus? Yeah, just as I made it louder so you can hear the chorus ain't here no more. The air here is getting hotter. We won't be able to stay here much longer. I brought over some other stuff, Zhangji. Is there anything we can use? Well, the wood the cabin is made out of won't be resilient enough given the water pressure. Zhangji? Back with the stuff so soon, Angus? Actually, quite a while, but you were so focused that you didn't notice. While you did ask me to find useful materials, all I could find nearby were empty boxes and discarded parts. You really think we can make something to extinguish the fire with just this stuff? We'll have to. The fire sealed off the passage to the cargo hold, so that leaves improvisation our only option. But for artisans, it's not necessary to use predetermined or best components. We can make the wood harder with coating, replace missing nails with mortise and tenon, whatever those are, and modify the structure to make the whole thing stronger. Combine everything we've seen and learn to make whatever you need. Flexible adaptation is the true essence of gadgetry. Done. We can go help now. Captain, the fire above is finally under control, but inside the cabin, it's fine. Sorry to keep you waiting. It took some time to cobble together a makeshift, but satisfaction is guaranteed. Lady Zhangji, what is this thing? You can turn that on now, Angus. Alright. Snap, snap. The once scattered and loose wood strips and metal plates spontaneously twist, join and fit together, with one end hanging into the seawater from the ship's side and the other standing on the deck. It resembles a mechanical dragon proudly rising from the sea. Even though it's made of box strips and junk parts, it's still enough to put out the fire. We'll just call it a water dragon. Powerful water jets from the dragon's mouth and white smoke billows in the cabin, extinguishing the once ferocious flames in large patches. Don't just stand there. Get moving in now. Zhangji, you're in charge here. I won't let you down. Especially with Angus here too. Angus? Got a funny feeling. The previously quelled flames flare up once again. No, this is never going to end. I'll use my psychic ability to find the source of the explosion. Maybe I'll be able to find a solution to Possibusto. Not here, need to keep going down. Source is the hold. What's in there? Wow! Grah. The deck beneath is struck by the clockwork beast, splitting open and revealing a sea of flames below. And just fallen in to ashes. Ouch! My back really hurts, but now where do you want to go? Okay, you want to be seated higher up. That really puts a strain on my throat. I'll have you know. And you're already squeezing on my lungs as it is. Ouch! My back really hurts, but can I use my keyboard? Oh, yeah, I can. Clearly fallen right into where the fire started, but how come the flames aren't the slightest bit hot? Young friend, how are your injuries? Zhangji, why'd you follow me down here? It's too dangerous. Are you okay? Fortunately, Mistress Armila modified my wheelchair. It's still fine after taking that impact. It's not a question. I'm also quite skilled in the flame force arts and can control the wildfire on this ship. You won't be burned by the flames at all. Amazing. Doesn't this mean you can move freely in the fire? By the way, this place is close to the hold. With Zhangji's ability, we might even be able to deal with the source of the fire directly. Wait a minute. You have some special powers, but your physical fitness is lacking. You should go somewhere safe first. How could such a random opportunity be passed up? That's not your responsibility. As an envoy from another land, you are very important and should value your own safety first. No one will criticize you harshly for doing that. There is no need to put yourself in danger. I know you're just concerned for me, but if you're always worrying about things that haven't even happened yet, would you ever be able to get anything done? Also, the Zhangji who just jumped down with me said this. Isn't that a little unconvincing? Zhangji is not responsible for saving me, no? You make a good point. I never thought that I would be telling someone else to be careful. You're quite an amazing person. Let's go together. I'll confirm the location of the source of fire. What's the busto? Hang on, there's something weird about this fire source, and... look out. A sudden burst of flames engulfs everything. Combat. I can make my mic a little louder. Or is it this knob? No. Okay. Oh, it's the cube again. Alright. That's perfectly fine. Oh, and there's actual burning. That's cool. Oh, that was quick. I think you can just about barely hear my cat purring. You sure can. Okay, let's kill you. And you still have your shields, so I'm not gonna bother trying to attack you even. Click. And click. More enemies with a guard. Oh, you're just making it easy on me, aren't you? Clumping up like that. Oh, this is gonna be... Or... No, it's not going to be Aurora time. Close though. And I think that's gonna be it. Yeah, I could even afford to lose some sanity. Cough, cough, there is smoke everywhere. I can barely breathe and it's hard to focus, but I swear I sensed someone here just now. Who are you? A peculiar white light flashes by in the midst of the smoke. Young friend. Zhengzhe. Give me your hand. Wait, over there. A ball of fire explodes in front. Let's get out of here first. How's Senja's, Mr. Zhengzhe? Is he alright? Hey, out of the way, all of you! Let the doctor pass! So are we still doing the subplot of the Fiendlings being used as navigation, or what? And 7, deviation. The next morning, peace is finally restored to the ship, but the waters become entirely unfamiliar. It appears the ship veered off course during last ordeal. And I would like water 2. Alternative water. For a change. Sniper water. Ah, it's some really nice chill music. Ugh. Is there a cat on my bed? Uh, aren't you that cat who's always around Dr. Lee King? Tiny Tail, right? What are you doing here? Oh, yeah, I've got asks about the fire yesterday. Is everyone okay? Hey, out of the way, Tiny Tail, that's dangerous. Oh, I just went to get some herbs and you're already up? Lie down this instant. Well done, Tiny Tail. I knew Aegis would be a difficult patient like Jean-Jeu. It was really you who had Tiny Tail get in my way? Of course, don't underestimate that smoke you choked on. You would be in deep trouble if the poisonous smoke entered your lungs. Lie down and wait. 4.5 grams of Fritillaria, 3 grams of Trichosanthes, and 2.4 gram each of pollen, Wolfiporia, mandarin orange, and platycodon. I'm gonna have to Google some of those names and see if they are like legit. Let's see. Fritillaria. Fritillaria. It's a genus of flowering plants in family Liliaceae. Sure. So it's some sort of a lily, I guess. Oh. Oh, that's a pretty flower. Okay, so this one is an actual thing. Let's see. Trichosanthes. Tricho. Przez through CH. Trichosanthes cucumerina and Trichosanthes dioica. It's some sort of a vine. Okay, some cucumber looking thing. And next we have Wolfiporia. It's a fungus. Okay. And we have Platycodon. And Platycodon is also a plant. Sure, okay. So those are actual legit things. What's this? It's the recipe for an anti-inflammatory that will detoxify your lungs. Don't forget to increase your water intake, get more rest, and breathe in more fresh air. As for your food, eat light. Come see me immediately if you experience a cough, phlegm, or stuffy chest. Get it? Why are you looking at me like that? Lee King seems pretty reliable right now. Basically, it's like, how did we praise in Longzhou? Mighty Doctor style. Really? I mean, isn't that expected? Alright, here's some medicine. Take it while it's still hot. It's quite a complex flavor. Master Boo says, good medicine is bitter. It is the price you pay for recovery. Is it really that bad? It's not exactly unpleasant. It's just the first time I've tasted something so layered. I'm not really used to it. What am I going to do with you young ones? Here, take this candied fruit. It'll help after you've taken your medicine. But you'll only get this one. I only managed to hide a single bag while boarding the ship. Thank you, Lee King. That's very considerate of you. Can't be helped. I'm a great doctor after all. Rest well. I'll have to see to the others. Is anyone else injured? Stay down. Your condition was the most serious yesterday, so forget about everyone else. Don't worry, it'll be fine. I have to give everyone some cooling and detoxifying medicine as a precaution. Speaking of the others, many came to visit while you were asleep. Now that you're awake, I can call them all over. No. I know everyone is right as rain, so no need to worry. No formality necessary. Tantang? Lady Ranji, please don't push Her Highness like that. Aren't you a little overprotective, Jew? Relax, Her Highness is precious, but not fragile either. Ranji? Jew? Why are you all here? To see yesterday's hero, of course. I'm glad you weren't seriously hurt, or I wouldn't know how to make it up to you. There's no reason for you to apologize. No one would have thought I'd slip up just then. And everyone's alright, which proves that your contraption succeeded in putting out the fire. Well, you're healthy enough to be long-winded, so you must be fine. So, how's it feel to actually see the recovering angels yourself, Princess Dantang? Much better than snooping around, right? You must have mistaken someone else for me, Mistress Armila. It is my duty to be concerned about the health of an important envoy such as Angias. I have no need to, as you say, snoop. Yes, I believe all that smoke from yesterday is still messing with my eyes. I shall leave you to your duty then, Princess Dantang. Please continue your concern for Angias. It's okay, Dantang. I'm perfectly healthy right now. I'm perfectly healthy right now, and there's nothing to worry about. There's nothing bothering me either. Except for that medicinal smell. It's really something. Medicine? I do have a solution for that. When you are out of immediate danger, healing through food is the superior option. Given the king is also present, I would like to prepare a delicious medicinal meal for everyone. What do you think of the idea? Make it tasty? No problem. I know the recipe for many tonics, and I even especially purchased ingredients for this voyage. Lotus root promotes health, wintermelon nourishes the skin, wolfiporium nurtures the mind. I can make so many things. Isn't Janji coming to eat something? Janji? Yes. Anything for me to help with? Nope. You seem a little distracted and haven't said anything for quite a while. Is that so obvious? Guess I still gotta work on my composure. Note to self, make a mask that can help keep the desired facial expression. Actually, I've been thinking about last night, when Mr. Zhongzhu got you out of the smoke. You kept mumbling about fires and figures. What do you see? It's not really seeing per se, more like sensing. There seemed to be something really weird in the hold, like fire, but I couldn't feel the heat flames should give off. It had no heat, but still seemed more substantial than all the surrounding flames combined. It was like a miniature sun? I know my description is a little strange. Anyway, I suspect the lightning strike was just the catalyst, and this thing was the real cause of the blaze. As for the figure, I didn't get a good enough look, but it stayed near to the hole the whole time. It's a little old. Get it? But let's curb the urge next time, and just stop mind scanning anything unusual that you picked up. I can't bail you out of danger all the time, even if I wanted to. Sorry, I'll pay attention. Well, gotta run now. Hang on. Did something else bad happen while I was asleep? Well, guess I really have to make the expression mask an agenda. Assuming I make it back to my workshop in Longzhou. Is something wrong with the voyage? There's a saying in seafaring: navigate by the stars by night, the sun by day, the gloom by compass, and leave the area as soon as possible when none of that works. Star and sun gazing? Do you mean determining a ship's direction by the stars like before, Janji? Right. If there's no star or moon, you still have a compass for direction. But if even the instruments fail, you have no way to know where you're going. If you don't get out soon, you'll be lost at sea. Following the records last night, I tried everything to get our bearings in the storm. Nothing is effective. Nothing has worked, even now. That wouldn't happen into Shadowwind in normal voyage. But we're so far out and without a comprehensive chart that we can't even rely on the sun even when it comes out. So I'm pretty sure at this very moment, the Shadowwind is of course. Don't you have a compass at least? So that you can head where east? Right? The Longzhou is east of Astra, so you can just head in that direction. Let's see. Yeah, that takes care of them. And Vic takes care of the other half of the map. Damn. I underestimated Vic for the longest time. I underestimated snipers in general. Mostly creating my teams out of detonators and converters. And a healer, usually. Snipers are strong, though. Or, well, can be at least. We're lost and still gotta deal with the Eclipsites. The trip's been very eventful. We gotta get our bearings as soon as we can. I understand the reasoning, but what's the connection with moving the water dragon? We'll give a purpose to every gadget we made, but that didn't mean it was the only thing they were good for. In a thunderous rumble, seawater is pumped into pre-prepared wooden barrels through brass pipes. See, other than seawater, we also caught a bunch of fish and prawns. So, we can have food, at least we won't starve. The sea might be big, but it has different creatures living in different parts. So, if we can catch some sea life iconic to... also that makes sense. So, if we can catch some sea life iconic to the region, we should get an educated clue to roughly where we are by comparing them to pictures in the guidebook. So, even this angle can be considered. Catch anything special? Unfortunately, just plain creatures good only for the medicinal meals the princess wanted to make. A disclaimer, though, that there's a risk involved in this. The sailors catch fish for us every day, so what's the risk? Actually, I only mentioned half of it. Well, gadgets can be adapted for many things, they weren't designed for that, so it's possible for something unexpected to happen. Take the fire crab, for example. It's great for welding, but awful for grilling meat. Do you have any idea how nasty charcoal meat tastes? I'd rather not know, ever. And when exactly would you ever use fire crabs to cook? Very similar to using a pump to catch fish right now. It's a dire emergency. Even though I'm not that familiar with Longzhou's sayings, but something tells me that roasting with fire crabs doesn't fit the word. What did the ship hit? Turn the water dragon off? The pumping action is so intense it has probably attracted something huge in the ocean. The ship's tilting. Everyone grab onto something and hold tight. I did it. I finally came to the deck for some fresh air and I just had to run into something like this. Thank goodness I didn't stray from the ox fences. Don't tell me that divination really meant... Ouch! The tale's getting worse. We can't do anything like this. Everyone, move to the other side. We gotta balance the ship. I'll use the fire crab to push Shadowwind's burner. Just hold on and we'll gain speed soon. Success! The shadow in the sea has been left behind. I've been attacked by fire crabs so many times that it's ought to be saved by them on this occasion. But I tell you, a gadget is as good or evil as those who operate it. It's up to the user to use it to save a life or end it. Maybe I should change my mind about those big scary crumbs. This is the first time the Shadowwind has moved at such speed. Is it sustainable? Only in your dreams. We get the power we have now, all because the flame force inside the fire crab. It will run out very quickly if we don't replenish it. Then... Lady Janji, the guy by the boiler told me that all the fire crabs aren't moving anymore. Like just now? Well, it died faster than I anticipated. Force booster. Did it work? Please desist. We're neither food nor toys. No, I can only get it to stop for a while. We'll still be overtaken unless the Shadowwind increases the distance. And what I sensed of its body underwater is many times larger than the shadow on the surface. How much bigger is it exactly? What? We can gauge the silhouette in the water and then calculate its size based on your mind link engines. Finally, figure out its threat range according to the shadow in its weight and the tilt angle of the impact. I know what's under the water. Can you keep it at bay for a while, Angels? I gotta do something from my cabin that could probably draw it away. Okay, leave it to me. Force boosto. Force boosto. How many times? You have to be joking. And isn't Zhangji better? Force boosto. I'm back, Angels. Brilliant. Bang. Flashbang. The most violent impact yet occurred, and I was thrown bodily into the air. Grab my parasol! No, I won't be able to distract the sea monster now. Zhangji, give me what you're holding. Just what kind of a daredevil are you? Okay, here it comes. One advantage to being aloft is you can throw further. Stop chasing. This is a more suitable toy for you. The stone taken from Zhangji falls into the sea. I sensed the sea monster turning and saw Zhangji open the umbrella to try to catch me. There's no time, but it doesn't matter because that person's still down there. To ashes. With Scarlet's flame surging skyward and the engine resonating with a full speed hum, the shadow wind accelerates once more. I tumbled into quiet, calm flames. Phew. This time we lost the sea monster for good. It's finally over. Young friend, I really admire your great bravery. But don't you think it was too reckless to put yourself in danger like that? What a serious tone. I'm sorry. Sorry for worrying everyone. However, I'm actually pretty certain. Because I saw Zhangzhu there. Because I saw Zhangzhu here. Thanks so much. It's alright. You should thank Ministress Armia instead of me. Without the modifications she made to my wheelchair, I wouldn't be able to move around freely on this unstable ship. And yes, I knew you were lucky. You can achieve anything as long as you try. Thanks for believing me, but how could a lump of rock lure away the sea monster? Because that's no ordinary rock, but a glowstone. The darker it is around it, the brighter it gets. Not much has been written about that monster, except that they dwelled in the deep sea. And creatures like that are always attracted to light, so I figured it would make an excellent lure. Luckily, it worked. Is everyone okay? We're good, other than seconds away from being monster food. Sailing the ocean is really hard. Luckily, these sorts of things aren't in the sky, otherwise Soros and I would also be in danger. Well, we ought to be safe for a while after that harrowing encounter. It's rare to run across such behemoths at sea after all. At least there won't be another attack to worry about until we've left its territory. So, are you saying that we can now use as many water dragons as we want? To the max, even. Get everyone who isn't busy to come here. Let's take this chance to try our best to work together and catch more fish. We've been sailing for a while now, and it's time to replenish our rations on the Shadowwind. Okay, coming right up. Oops. My bad, sorry, I didn't mean to bump into you. Sound is skillful. It's fine, I just didn't see you arrive either. What are we holding? Smells good. It's bait. The captain told us to catch some fish. With an aroma that delicious, it must be easy to catch some big fish. Where is she? Captain, come take a look at what we're fished up. What are you doing, Angus? Just now, soon the skillful. Never mind, forget it. As long as the bait remains, the fish will come up no matter how deep it swims. What you say? Nothing. Come, let's check out the party over there. Fine then. Eh? How come you caught so much wood? These are debris of sunken ships. But the type of wood, paint, and degree of corrosion are all different. It's obvious that they're from different ships. I'm afraid there's a concentration of shipwrecks somewhere around here. It could even be a ship graveyard. Okay, so the story takes bits and pieces from the original run, it seems. And also manages to be a fair bit more confusing at times. I don't know why, but I'm really having trouble parsing some of the dialogue sometimes. Disoriented, the Shadow Wind arrives in a place where countless ships lie sunken in the waters. To escape their treacherous situation, Zhangji sacrifices her sect's pride's possession. However, a new danger is looming just beyond their sight. Let's continue with water snipers. Plop. Yabai? Yabai just jumped headfirst into the sea? Worry not. Yabai is a stronger swimmer than everybody on this ship combined. We, as passengers, should trust the captain, so just wait and see. There are many kinds of danger at sea. Rocks, whirlpools, ferocious sea beasts. But they all have one thing in common. They are all responsible for destroying countless ships in various waters. After a ship sinks, its wreckage will be pushed by the ocean current and end up at the same place under the water, forming a ship graveyard. Is this the place? I never thought that I would sail a ship to a graveyard like this one day. These skeletons of broken ships are stacked in a pile, gradually covered by corals and seaweeds, eroding and rotting away. It's like the sea is holding a funeral to send off all these ships. That ship. In a moment, Mistress Armila, young friend, can you salvage more of these ship's fragments for me? These fragments look a little familiar to me. As far as I can tell, there's no difference at all between these bits of wood. Anything can tell you something if it looks... Anything can tell you something if you look closely enough. I might not be as good as Zhangzhi, but I can still get a lot out of it. See, this piece has the name of the ship on it. And this one here has fortune holes. Isn't this just some broken gap? No, these were drilled deliberately. To house lucky charms like coins or mirrors inside. It's meant to ensure smooth sailing. But, since it's found in a shipwreck, the crew and passengers are likely gone. Fickle is the fate. The more debris gets fished out, the more I feel this place is really dangerous. What's that expression for Zhangzhe? What do you see? One of these ships belonged to pirates. Pirates? I've had many dealings with them, so I believe I'm right. But pirates wander on the sea all year round and are far more wary of dangerous waters than ordinary people. I wonder if they were blown here by the wind or chased here by something. That sounds a little frightening. We've already felt the pressure from Eclipsites, storms, and sea monsters, and now we need to worry about what destroyed the pirate ship and whether or not it's a threat to us. It's Ibai. She's surfaced. I know where this is. Below us is an ocean-going fishing ship that was wrecked several years ago. Judging from the route it should have taken, this should be a junction between the waters of the ocean and Longzhou. So, doesn't that mean? Yes, that means we're not far from Longzhou. Well, that's great. It's too early to relax. This place is famous for being a place of death in the sea. There are no corresponding sea charts for these waters, and it's not along Shadowwind's established route. Even if we know its approximate location, we won't be able to determine which way we should be sailing. We're also running out of food, so we don't have time to waste. Could you ask Zhangzhe and Zhangji to set the engine to full steam ahead and we can get out of here? No, there are many whirlpools around here. One mistake and we could end up resting in a ship graveyard at the bottom of the sea. Even if they are here, our situation will still be a desperate one. Unless someone noticed that the Shadow Wind has gone off course a while ago and already planned a countermeasure. The first person to notice the Zhangji? Hey, don't look at me like that. I do have an idea, but it's do or die. Even though we're in a pickle, we can still inch forwards on Shadow Wind. But if we try this and fail, the whole ship goes down in flame, and we become fish food. It's too risky unless it's their last resort. Captain, bad news. Fog up ahead. Can't see much around us now, so what should we do? Trying to sail in a fog as this thick is like walking towards a certain death with your eyes closed. But we no longer have a choice. Fine. I started something special in the hold when I came on board. It can power every and all gadgets. Fire crab, water dragon, even the burner that drives the Shadow Wind. All can perform like never before under its power. But it's unstable and very challenging to control. It's been recorded that in several tests the output was so excessive the target wasn't durable enough and self-destructed. So even if we decide to use it, I have to test it out underwater first. The Shadow Wind will have to undergo modifications as well for it to at least withstand the operational impact. Otherwise, it won't be our last hope but the death of us. I'll give you a list of the materials on the Shadow Wind later. Just do what you need to do. I'll also let the shipwrights know that they are to follow your orders. Maybe my flame force oars will come in handy too. Why don't I go deal with the fish we just caught then, and prepare it in a way you will find novel? But what can I do? I have to go look for stuff in the hold, Angus. Would you mind finding the little one and getting some potions to resist toxic fumes? Are you telling me Jean-G brought Flame Sprite on board? I was wondering why I kept smelling one on board. I almost thought there was something wrong with my nose. So she's behind it. Such a dangerous thing to do. According to Master Boo, an ancient sentient being like that could control yin and yang and change day to night. This is going to be a pain. Take this medicine and tell her not to blow this ship up. I've got the medicine, Jean-G. But what exactly are you talking about? I just recounted your description and Licking immediately started making a fuss. Everyone else seemed to understand. Is it just me who feels completely in the dark? Well, that's not for you to say, Angus. I'm not certain I know more about it than you do on this ship. Me? You'll know once I take it out. Take it out? From where? Speaking of which, I've wanted to ask for a while now, why are there so many wooden cows in the cold? They're wooden oxen, the most common contraption in Longjeu and have been around for generations. They're mainly used to transport goods, they're fine for holding luggage too. Just open it like this and you can get stuff out. It's pretty spacious inside. You could probably fit a person in there. Wanna try it? No way. I have no interest in becoming a commodity. That's what I thought too. Let's check out the star of today's show then. This little box. Don't underestimate this. Qian Yun, my school, is a top gadget maker in Yi and even the entire Longjeu. It boasts a legacy of secret techniques and artifacts for centuries. But you can put all of that together and they still might not compare to this. One of the biggest reasons for me to visit Astra is to find a priceless treasure lost abroad many years ago. The Juyin Flame. From Astra's perspective, it is also a precious ancient relic. Ancient relic? Wanna see how powerful it is? It's a little risky on the Shadow Wind. Let's test it on a dinghy far away. See the true magnum opus from ages past that powered everything. Yeah, sure. And will this... No, this will not reach the cube. Alas. Vig is really doing numbers here, isn't he?
出番だお前たち。
もうじゃあ助けてくれ。
あとは任せたぞ。
Those are broken tiles. Ah, shit. Yeah, Vic is really the MVP of the water team, isn't he? It sure fits the bill for an ancient relic. It's even more powerful than I expected. You felt it with your psychic powers too, right? And just how does it feel? Oh, so that's the miniature sun. Pretty awesome. Not only can it endlessly drive clockwork beasts, which have already run out of power, but it also evaporates all surrounding moisture, creating a vacuum. In response, it seems more substantial than all other flames, even like a miniature sun? Totally. Hang on. Isn't that my own description? The giant flame that could have caused the explosion in the ship that day. Oops, busted. Didn't you agree for me to take a look by using my ability? I just obeyed. Seeing is believing, after all. It tells you more than I can ever explain. No wonder Lee King had such a strong reaction. Who'd have thought there'd be something so dangerous on board? I sealed it carefully before bringing it on board so it would be safe. But someone intentionally opened it on the day of the fire. I brought it aboard in secret. Even Yabai didn't know what it was, and I even gave her a heads up about it. But somebody knew about it and tried to get close. Could that figure I saw earlier be? I'm afraid so. For this kind of thing, we need to notify the others immediately. It just so happens that the test of the giant flame was successful, so the Shadow Wind can get out of here right away. Seize the moment to catch that malevolent guy. I don't recall declaring the test successful. What? Haven't all these clockwork beasts activated smoothly? There's no doubt about giant flame being a power source, but didn't you see what happened to the clockwork beasts? Shattered into pieces and fell into the sea. The beasts weren't big, and even then that was all I could manage with any sort of certainty. So even if you fortify Shadow Wind with every last material you can scrounge up, it's not gonna stand up to the giant flame at full power. Could Jianji really be unable to solve it too? That's not entirely true. But until then, I have a request, NGS. Please keep the failed experiment and someone eyeing the flame a secret. Maybe, but what should we do now? Just wait. The next day. Everyone, come and get a copy of the blueprint. Follow the markings and start working on your assigned spots. What kind of blueprint is this? This blueprint... I've been dealing with ships my entire life, and I've never seen something like this on a ship. Ignoring the large hole on the deck is one thing, but deliberately making it bigger, it's almost exposing the core of the Shadow, and that's just too bizarre. Sun, what do you think of it? I don't get it either. Why bother with all that? Lady Zhangji is way more skilled than we are, right? Let's go to work now. Once it's done, we can definitely get out of here. Day 3. Guys, join me for some fishing. How many days have we been surviving on fish? And now even the seasoning is running out. They taste... Words can't even describe it. Just hold on for a few days. Things will be better once the ship's remodeling is done. Day 5. The fog on our fishing spot is getting thicker. We can hardly catch any fish now. Didn't we finish the renovation of the Shadow Wind? Why hasn't Lady Zhangji given us any further instructions? Lee, don't tell anyone, but I heard from Sun, the skillful, that our efforts in this renovation are pointless. Haven't you noticed that Lady Zhangji goes out in a small boat every day? He says it's for exploration, but it seems like he's trying to hide how clueless he is. What nonsense are we talking about? And you, Sun, don't let Captain Yabai catch you spreading baseless rumors. Hey, NGS, you've been going out with Lady Zhangji this past few days. Have you heard anything about how we're going to get out of here? Well, all I can say is there is a way. I have to give something to Janji, so I'm off. Phew. Come quickly, Aegis. I made similar structural modifications according to your description of the Colossus. What? You look like you went another round with the crew. After all, we've been here several days, everyone's a little on edge and wants to get out of here as soon as possible. This model, well, compared with the Colossus, it seems more like Shadowwind with wings. Let me see. Don't you have any questions for me, Aegis? What? I asked you to keep a secret without giving a solid explanation. Then I instructed others to make so many modifications only to stay in a dinghy myself all day and avoid all questions. Even I suspect I was up to something no good. Why did you trust me, Aegis? I don't really believe you. I thought so. But I do believe in machinery. Huh? For sure. It wasn't exactly relaxing dealing with those clockwork beasts that... Ugh. Ugh. Clockwork beasts that came out of nowhere. But the first time we met, a dragonfly helped me pick up the letter. Fire crabs to drive the engine, water dragons to put out fires. I've been helped by mechanical creatures again and again. You said it yourself, Janji. Machinery isn't some ever-changing omnipotent technology. I believe in machinery about which you'd never lie. So, I also believe that you'll find a way to bring us safely to Longzhou. It is. Well, I can't refute that at all. Given what you said, Aegis, I'd be remiss as an artisan to not show you the potential of my trade. I'm looking forward to it, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious. What exactly are you waiting for, Janji? Well, actually... What's that sound from the Shadowwind? Why is the horn blowing? That's the signal for communication between ships at sea. Could there be another ship? Ju, Yabai, come check this out. Is that a ship out there? Your Highness, please step back from the side of the ship. That's not what you should be concerned about, Ju. Your safety is of utmost importance, so we should take all due care. I can't see what's happening on the ship, but some merchant ships are coming towards us. Are you sure they are merchant ships and not, oh, I know, pirates? They're probably pirates, aren't they? I never thought we would encounter other ships in these waters. Shall we make contact with them? I wonder if they have plenty of supplies. If they don't, it's probably too late to avoid them now anyway. Sound the horn and see how they react. Response received. Is it a ship that's stuck here too? Perfect. We can think of a way out together. Maybe we can trade some food and water with them too. Then let's head back to the ship and figure it out. I've got eyes on them. They're clearly approaching the Shadowwind. Aren't they going a little fast? Yep, certainly pirates, going at ramming speed. And the cable of my mouse is entirely twisted. Great. There we go. They're not just failing to decelerate, but actually speeding up? How could that ship just ram the Shadowwind? Oh no, it's a pirate boat! Hurry, Andres, Shadowwind's in trouble. N9, Ambush. The sudden attack from both pirates and clockwork beasts catches you off guard, but Janji quickly devises a new strategy. She believes that even you can contribute greatly in the upcoming battle. Why, you insolent hoodlums, how dare you do to Jew? Wait. The deck at Dantang's feet is heat, burning a large hole. Your Highness, I know it's not my place to say this. I venture to remind you, it might feel good winning a verbal fight, but at sea it's better to be safe than sorry. Seems like Dantang's being attacked. Let's get up there quickly. Wait, they know who we are, so I don't think anything bad will happen to the princess and Jew. But we don't know what they're up to yet, so we'll only get captured if we go up now. Just stay hidden and figure out the situation before making a move. The voice of whoever was just speaking to Dantang seemed a little familiar. That's Sun the Skillful. Him? Shh. Keep listening. You're not the real Sun the Skillful, right? Heh, Sun the Skillful is nothing but a facade. But for lowly folks like you only get to know me as Sun the Skillful. You can't believe you actually colluded with pirates. Have you forgotten the Lin family's favor to us, you treacherous traitor? Shut it. Keep it down if you don't want to get drowned down there alongside Miss Jew. Keep in mind, the most skilled warrior on this ship has already kicked the bucket. I reckon there's not much room for a struggle on your end. That's because you resorted to deplorable tactics. Jew wouldn't be at a disadvantage without that peculiar ray. Resorting to insults, huh? Princess, I really suggest you watch your tongue. That's a marvelous mechanical creation on par with... No, it totally outshines the Shadow Wind. Anybody can brag? How honorable can you be to hide your boat and only waylay it from afar? That's right, Princess Dantang. Keep aggravating him intentionally. We need to obtain as much information as we can before Jew and the others return. Other than launching a sneak attack, all your men have done after boarding our ship is capture Zhongzhu and Li King. You're a group of cowards who only dare to target a disabled man and a child. Let's split up. That creation obviously has a powerful output to project the lethal ray. I gotta go take a closer look. Me? Stay on boat to keep an eye out on the Shadow Wind. Be sure to keep yourself hidden. I gotta go. This isn't called division of labor. This is just leaving me somewhere safe while you take the risks. Somehow... But time is precious. I wanna go back to the Shadow Wind. While I can't fight like you, there must be something I can do up there. Even if you're discovered, I might be able to buy you some time. This is called division of labor. What if I reject that idea? So I'll wait for you to go, then sneak onto the ship. Don't tell me you're going headlong into dangerous... Don't tell me going headlong into danger is a Celestite trait. Is wanting to protect everyone behind them and do everything themselves an artisan thing. I guess that makes us one and the same. You trust me, Angus? So if I don't trust you in return, Angus, that's rather unfair. Well then, good luck. Oh, combat. That's nice. No. Yes. Just push them away. And strip off the first layer of their armor. Now they lost their layers. And that's where we can attack. No, actually. Yes. This is much better. And an overkill as well. This reaches nobody. And done. Quick and easy. Force Booster. Thought of something you forgot. Hey, has the boss forgotten about my bounty? Gotta remind him. Great, these Longzhu pirates don't have any knowledge of or experience of Celestite's telepathic abilities. So I can quietly nudge like this, suggesting that those who are worried could get out of there for a while. Why's the guy at the door gone? Are we still patrolling or what? It's alright, it won't mess with our task anyway. We're just keeping an eye on a cripple and a kid, both in cages. Do you really have to be so on edge? So many pirates. And in the mechanical cage, Zhongzhu and Li King? Hey, what's Li King doing? This smells like Angius. Here, look over here. Our eyes met. Meow. What are you doing? Trying to meow like a cat? I'm bored. You can't let me go out for a walk now, can you? What does Li King mean? Tiny Tail. And next to Zhongzhu, that's Yi Jin, Yi Meng, and Yi Nuo, right? Where did they come from? Do you hear it? Is there something going on at the door? Nah, you probably misheard. First you said the red-haired cripple seemed familiar, and now you're saying something is going on at that door. Come on, can you give me a break? I'll go check it out. No time to hide. I only get one shot at this. Please help me buy some time. What is that? Where the heck did this wildcat come from? Get lost. Yes, and it actually bites. Now's the time for everyone in the room. Provoke them with force booster. Ah, why is my head suddenly throbbing in pain? Cat is scratching my face. And yes, rescue Zhongzhu first. You brought the key? Thanks, Tiny Tail. Hang on, Zhongzhu, I'm unlocking it right now. Thanks, but you don't need to rush because I'm fine. You may not be worried, but I am. You're too slow, and just I'll do it. Li King, how'd you get out? The gaps in this cage are so huge. Can't you just squeeze through sideways? Is that something ordinary Aurorians can do? Normal Aurorians can't, but I'm not an ordinary Aurorian. Not ordinary? Didn't I tell you? I'm a cat. To be precise, I'm a cat findling. Tiny Tail over here is my older sibling. Brother? And yes, what's wrong? There are no findlings in Astra, so I can see why you're so shocked. Zhongzhu, what is it? You've got 3 cats around you, but you can't be a findling, right? You're not suddenly gonna turn into a cat too. I really am just an ordinary person, so I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. No. Better to say it's great, and it's still the same. Really nice chorus in that music. And it's still the same old, ordinary, reliable Zhongzhu. Ugh, you whole... And yes, these scoundrels are back to their senses. And it's not just them. A group is approaching the entrance. They should be coming from the deck. Surround them. The only capable fighter here is the cripple, but he's only skilled with flame force arts. As long as we stifle his flames, he's useless. These guys. Wait, Zhongzhu, make sure you're safe first while Li King and I come up with a plan. Huh? And just, you didn't know? Actually... I appreciate your good intentions. The Lin Guildmaster, he was weak and frail, but he always protected me like this. I've had dealings with these people for many years now, so I guess it's fate that I've been captured here. Maybe even the heavens believe it's time for me to settle things with these pirates once and for all. So, can you please wait a moment and leave these enemies to me? Okay, I'll do my best to support... That won't be necessary. Your strange powers are probably more helpful to Princess Dantang and Mistress Armilla. As for me, I only know one way to fight, and I only need this one way of fighting. If you really want to help me, then hand me my sword that was taken earlier. Alright, it's this one, isn't it? It's heavy. Thanks. The instant he took the sword, Zhongzhu's eyes seemed to change. Ha! What's this cripple blabbering about? He actually thinks he can handle us all on his own? He's in way over his head. The arrogant smile had yet to fade from his face, but Pirate's body had already fallen to the ground. What did he just do? Don't panic. He's just quick with his sword. There are so many of us. Ah! Instead of giving me this unseemly compliment, I would prefer it if you just fell over. Hey, who said everything would be fine as long as we keep his fire in check? This guy, he didn't even use his fire at all. The momentum of the pirates was suppressed by Zhongzhu alone. Of course, we're talking about Zhongzhu here. Go to hell. Zhongzhu, behind you. Ah! My worry was in vain, as Zhongzhu drew his sword faster than I could shout. See, even in a wheelchair, this ragtag bunch is nothing to Zhongzhu. The shipwreck took my legs from me. And you can also try to suppress my blazing flames. But as long as I still have an arm and a sword, I will continue to swing my sword and kill enemies. This is the only way of fighting that I know. Monster! A freaking monster! People often called me that many years ago. Ew, wait, don't tell me. I remember now. Red hair and long robe. With only a sword he can clear out a ship full of pirates single-handedly. That general who wiped out the last group of pirates dominating the waters around the G Kingdom. It's you. The Grand General personally honored by the Emperor. That's all in the past now. The last enemy collapses to the ground. I'm just a wanderer now. Or a middle-aged man who can provide some help to youngsters. And 10. Juihu. As the fight rages on, it appears Zhang has discovered the identity of the pirate captain. That person is none other than... A little break. I really need to stretch my bones right now. So be right back. And I'm back. Had to do some dynamic stretches to elastify my creaky old bones. There we go, we're back. Boss is water, so we need a thunder team. Actually, can I assemble an alternative thunder team, I wonder? Nah, I don't really have any particularly great thunder units. Pollux, maybe. Amemoria, I guess, is really strong, but too big brained for me. And yeah, I don't have any other Thunder 6 stars, I don't think. Nope. Alright, let's deal with what we have. Meanwhile, on the enemy ship. Ship is built like a shadow wind? I should feel honored to be greeted in such a way. It's obviously a scorpion stinger, yet it's not shooting toxins. But Lumina Ray of the Astra people? Graw. The tail is a lance, the pincers are blades with thick metal for carapace. Full activation. Sounds like stone, yet light as a jade. No sign of damage from the barrage. I guess it's made of rare materials. You know, this thing must consume a lot of power. But it hasn't gotten weaker, and even grew stronger after all this fighting. How amazing its core must be. There can't be more than a few in the world. What a coincidence, though, that there's another one on Shadowwind. If I take this monster apart, will I find the power source? To be another jeu in flame? You probably can't even break it apart. Ah, finally showing yourself. First you impersonated Sun, then you sent this big ugly oaf at me. I was starting to think you only did things when you had something to hide behind. Yeah, I won't bother squabbling with you. After all, the loser's sharp words only mean powerlessness. Loser? You got it the other way around. The reason is that you are certain of your inferiority and convinced yourself that you are the loser. You planned and schemed to get what belonged to other people. You first stole the blueprint for the fire crab, and then moved on to smuggling parts and led the pirates to plunder the Lin trader. Now you used some trick to pilfer the jeu in flame for your grotesque patchwork. I do have a question though. Let's hear it. Kuan Yun has always taken pride in being upright and having a sterling reputation. So when did it promote theft and underhanded tactics like this? Huh. Oh, you recognized me. Oh, you recognized me. But all you ever care about is mechanics. I wonder if my face still rings a bell. It's been a while, Jianji, my junior sister. Zhuihu. Can't even address me as senior sister, huh? The illustrious Mistress Armila is indeed different from the past. You've long been expelled and not fit to call yourself anything. Ha, sharp words again. You know what? I'll let it slide this time. After all, you've been considered a genius by the sect since childhood, always having things go your way. But now you have no way to handle the works of an abandoned disciple. It must sting a little. But it's okay. Well, you may not care about the old times, I do. So, given our shared past growing up in the sect, if you honestly admit defeat, I'm willing to let you go. Junior sister, you might not know this, but the era of the strategist is about to dawn. In the ever-changing political landscape of the 8 vassal kingdoms is the future. Talents like you will always find a foothold. This ship beneath your feet, consider it my parting gift to you. How about that? And of course. You're not just after Julian Flame, but Shadowwind too. It's not like you wouldn't just strand me at the sea to die. Truly, I can't hide anything from your discerning eyes. Since this ship is a copy of the Shadowwind, though only in appearance and nowhere comparable. After all, the core of the Shadowwind was created through the combined efforts of many experts. It's hard for me to replicate it alone. Actually, my original mission was just to acquire the blueprints of the Shadowwind. But since there is a chance to take the whole ship, why not? Although the current Shadowwind is messed up due to your whimsical alterations, but I don't mind taking on this mess. Mission, you said? Compared to chatting with the stubborn local youngsters in the dungeon, this way of doing things is much more satisfying. So, you masterminded the Lynn ship robbery too? Quick on the uptake, aren't you? With this convenient technique of disguise and mimicry, it was just a piece of cake to pose as a passenger on a shipwreck it was just a piece of cake to pose as a passenger or a ship worker and break down the ship's defenses from the inside. I've made meticulous preparations in the Twin Pavilions Bay, hoping to reenact what happened on the Shadowwind. Until I discovered that there was something special hidden in the cabin. I never expected that you, my dear junior sister, could actually find the legendary Julian Flame. And since I crafted this clockwork beast, a pinnacle creation incorporating the strength of all schools, I haven't been able to find a suitable power source. It may look like a coincidence, but to me, it's the favor of fate. What do you mean by that? You've never changed. At this point, why are you still trying to act like the genius of our sect and the master of machinery? Haven't you come to terms with reality yet, junior sister? Not even you can leave a scratch on my clockwork beast, my greatest creation. Your clockwork beast? You merely copied the design, stole the core, and put powerful parts together? Is there anything original in that work of yours? Why are you sounding just like those rigid old-timers from the sect? The art of machinery is just a technical skill. As long as the creation itself is strong enough, there's no need to worry about anything else. Even if it's them, in the face of my perfected stinger, they'll have no choice but to bow down in defeat. That's why our master said you never grasped the meaning of gadgetry. If they see you now, they'll probably regret the fact they can't kick you out for a second time. I shouldn't have wasted so much time trying to talk sense into you. Crush her, Stinger. Show her the true power of a clockwork beast should have. The pirates on the Shadowwind have finally been dealt with. Is everyone alright? We're basically okay, but some of our shipwrights are injured and some of our passengers are missing. Ju fell overboard from her wounds and still no signs of her yet. Your Highness, are you alright? Ju, why are you so worried about me? How hurt are you? I just accidentally swallowed a few mouthfuls of water, but I failed my duty as your bodyguard by leaving your side at this time. Please punish me. Stop it. You could have evaded the ray if not for protecting me. How can I even berate you? Come, examine Julie, King. Thank you. With Ju back, that leaves only Mistress Armilla. Janji is probably on that ship opposite. Is that peculiar glow again? Alright, let's see. What's she fighting? Why is she just dodging without counter-attacking? I can't take this anymore. Jiangzhu, let's give her some help. If I save her in the nick of time, she would be too ashamed to call me tiny again. Perhaps it won't be necessary. No way. Did she offend you too? You're really planning to let her die? What I'm saying is that Mistress Armilla doesn't need our help. Yep, she didn't seem to be running around everywhere just to hide. I think she was intentionally using the attacks from the opposite side to wreck her surroundings. I wanna destroy that clockwork beast's shelter. But why would she do that? I don't know. Actually, maybe I do. So even if you fortify Shadow Wind with every last material you can scrounge up, it's not gonna stand up to the giant flame at full power. Ignoring the large hole on the deck is one thing, but deliberately making it bigger is almost exposing the core of the Shadow Wind. That's just too bizarre. Sun, what do you think of it? Please keep the failed experiment and someone eyeing a flame a secret. Maybe, but what should we do now? Just wait. No way. Ugh. If it's what I think it is, Jean-Ji, you've no right to call me reckless anymore. You'd be the biggest daredevil on board. What are you looking at, Angius? Is there something within that huge hole on the deck? Not right now, but there will be immediately. Everyone, give me a hand. We need to lure this clockwork beast onto the Shadow Wind. Oh, are we gonna use the parts of the clockwork beasts to improve Shadow Wind and strengthen it so that it can withstand the whatever flame? Told you it's pointless, didn't I? Every part of Stinger is crafted with the top-notch designs I found all around the world. All your attacks are futile. I'm not sure about that. And yes, if you can mind link my way, you must have done well on your end. Thanks, Zhongzhe, but we can discuss this later. I heard what you were saying just now. Turns out the explosion that was caused by this imposter Sun, the skillful, struck by lightning for stealing. People from Longzhou would have called that divine retribution. She actually thinks it's fate? I wouldn't want that kind of lightning strike. Not me either. Besides, her clockwork beast is too ugly. All that twisting around is just disgusting. I did say it was one big ugly mess. I never thought that the Shadow Wind would be compared with something like that. It's enough. Stinger, head to the Shadow Wind and take out all these ignorant fools. And we can use it as the power source or something, probably. Sorry for yawning, but I'm like falling asleep in my chair right now. Mm-hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Perfect. There we go. Oh, it likes protects itself? Or do we destroy like individual claws? Or something, because it has 2 health bars. And one of those health bars is guarded. Wait, what was that second health bar for? Ah, that was fast. My most powerful clockwork beast. How could this happen? You... Gonna keep this up? I don't recall you being a good fighter. Don't get too excited yet, senior sister. You shouldn't have forgotten what powers my Stinger, right? Juin Flame. It's the true art of craftsmanship that provides endless energy to mechanical creations. Get up, Stinger, the battle isn't over yet. Watch out, everyone! The big guy's moving again. So, things aren't over yet. Your Highness, please step back. You're the one celebrating prematurely. That look again. Don't you ever give me that superior look. I just try to hold her still. I just need a bit of time. Fosse busto. Ugh. I'll make her briefly dizzy and you guys push the beast inside now. Push it? Push it where? The hole on the deck? That's not just a hole. I made that just for it. 1, 2, 3. We did it! That guy was really heavy. I'll take over from here. With some modifications we can hook it up to the Shadow Wind. What are you going to do? I'm sure you saw my draft of changes for the Shadow Wind in your sun disguise, right? Don't joke around. It's not even possible. To support a sizable ship like Shadow Wind with such a structure, it requires a core with the same power level of the Juin Flame in full throttle. With the materials of the Shadow Wind alone, it can't even withstand the impact. You're right, it's a pipe dream on that alone. But in order to create the most powerful clockwork beast, didn't you use materials that could withstand the Juin Flame at full power? Wait, you mean, are you crazy? It's absolutely... That's why I said you're too occupied with designs to understand gadgetry. As long as materials are available, gadgetry is limitless in what it can create. What are you talking about? Sit tight, little one. You'll find out soon. Immerse yourselves with all your senses in this once-in-a-lifetime experience. I'm about to use the beast as the power source to regulate the Juin Flame output and make the Shadow Wind take a short flight. Under Zhangji's command, those still able to move temporarily take on the duties of the shipwrights. With the sound of the whistle, all modified mechanisms of on the Shadow Wind spring into action at once. The ship shakes, gears inside clashing and extending, beams of lumina unfurl on both sides of the ship like a multitude of wings. Would you do the honor, Angels? Fosse busto! Sense the Juin Flame and stimulate its power to the max, and then... Shadow Wind, move. No way. No freaking way. Damn, it's just a momentary stroke of luck. It's not over yet. Plop. She jumped into the sea. Never mind her. The wings can only support the ship for a limited time. We gotta take this opportunity and get out of here. The Shadow Wind only stayed in the air briefly, and I could already hear the sound of overloaded machinery. With a final push, the thick light began to dissipate in midair. That will do. The sun, a light breeze, and calm waves. We made it out! The Shadow Wind crashes heavily back into the sea. But this time the surroundings are calm, with no more whirlpools or hidden currents. We did it! You're amazing, Zhangji. It's gadgetry, that's great. But this time I'll shove the humility and accept your compliment. Speaking of which, while it may not have lasted long, the Shadow Wind had indeed soared across the sky. And this time, Zhangji had legitimately become the navigator of the Shadow Wind. I did, didn't I? I'll never forget that feeling. After crossing the ocean, Zhangji quickly used the astrolabe and other equipment to help the Shadow Wind get back on course. The next day, we found the wreckage of Zhuihu's ship not far away. It sunk in the sea just like the Lin Guild's ship that sunk due to her schemes. Cause an effect is at play here. But people like Zhuihu and her supporters won't die so easily, nor will they give up so easily. No one knows what other plans they'll hatch. Anyway, we'll find a way to deal with it. There's always a counter for any kind of enemy. Even if not, we can improvise on the spot. Wasn't Zhuihu once your teacher, Zhangji? Even if she was expelled, she had at least been the disciple of a great sect. She had to be a lot stronger than normal people to come up with something like that. How could she have been hired to act as a pirate or smuggler? I have a clue. But I don't know whether it's good or bad to pursue that line of thinking. Zhuihu learned a lot of techniques but never realized what gadgetry truly is. We're talking about the result of centuries of practice and determination. That can be comprehended through subterfuge and thievery. I brought everything you asked for, Zhangji. But we only have these few envelopes for communicating with my great uncle left on this ship. What purpose do you have for them? Well, I'll figure it out when I see them. Oh, how's Ju doing? I see you still care. Li King examined her, and she should fully recover in a few days. The tone of the conversation changed back to its usual light and lively nature. I saw Zhangji carefully tuck away those letters, though she never answered the question, what's the use? Medallion. And what, ST3? ST3 Homecoming. Final 2 days aboard the ship flew by. Everyone was physically and mentally exhausted by all the crises and battles. Fortunately, just as the repairs were completed, Longzhou came into view. This voyage was filled with many twists and turns, but everything turned out well. The Shadow Wind has returned. The voyage is officially over. We're probably getting a bigger version of this image, but still. On behalf of the Shadowwind, I want to thank everyone for helping us along the way. Do not overlook your own merits in this. We arrived safely and re-established the route. We and the Shadowwind have both completed our missions. Princess Dantang, someone just sent word that the G Kingdom's Android? What? Someone just sent word that the Lee Kingdom's envoy is waiting at the port to escort you back to the palace. I have all the information, so I must report as soon as possible. I see a litany of meetings and banquets in the near future. You'll have to be ready too, Angius. Huh? Me? Oh, yeah, I totally forgot that I've come to Longzhou as Astra's envoy. What do I do? I'm suddenly nervous. Fret not, just treat it as seeing another side of Longzhou. I'm back at last. For a second there, I thought I would be spending my life in Astra. Now that I think about it, I feel like everything has changed, even though it's been no longer than half a year since I've been away from Longzhou. That's enough. Now, figure out what we're doing next. Let's get some delicious food, or a good night's sleep. Return to the Lin Guild. With the help of Princess Dantang and the others, it can be proved that the Lin Guild was unjustly sentenced for the smuggling charge. After everything that happened, there must be many matters that need urgent treatment. The Guildmaster must still be waiting for me. Hey, wait up! Don't worry. I've reported everything the moment we landed and sent servants to take the evidence and money to the maritime trade offices. The Guildmaster should already be released. Now's the time for your reunion. Look over there. Is that Zhangji's fault? She made Zhongzhu's wheelchair too fast. Brother Zhong. Lin, I never expected that you would still come outside to greet me now that I've lost my legs. Your words? I don't know how to respond to that. I don't even know if I should express gratitude first or apologize to you. There's no need for such words between us. If you really want to do something, welcome Li King and Captain Yebai first. It's enough for me to see that you're well. Oh, Ju, please send a letter for me. I must inform my family of the completed mission and my safe return. Yes, everyone will be happy for you, Your Highness. Anything wrong, Angius? Many people disembarked. Dantang, Ju, Zhongzhu, Li King, Zhangji, and me. But why do I always feel like I'm forgetting something? Forget it. Probably not important. Let's go. Lady Zhangji, is it okay to unload this wooden oxen here? Sure, thanks. No big deal. We owe our safe return to you, Lady Zhangji, and we've learned quite a bit on the way. It'd be awesome if we could sail together again next time. Yeah, hope we'll meet again. I've been away for so long that I almost forgotten how every day feels like spring along the southern coast of the G Kingdom. Another pretty picture. I never thought I'd really be able to return to Longzhou with the thing I was seeking. Okay, you've seen a lot already, so don't you have more important things to do now? Wait, what's in this wooden ox? Oh, Li Tianjian. It's bright outside. Morning. What are you doing hiding in there? It's because, would you give me a hand and pull me out first? Thanks. I'm so sore from hiding in there. Who knew that we wouldn't just encounter storms and Eclipsites during this journey? We were even attacked by pirates. Luckily, I divined our fortune before setting sail. It took me days of research to figure out the yin horse and yin ox divination. It probably corresponded to our wooden ox. That's how I found such a perfect place to hide. Otherwise, this journey full of disaster would have taken my life. That reminds me, I owe you for using this spot. How about a free divination? It's alright. We artisans put way more stock in our creations than in fate. Even if you foretell something awful, that doesn't mean I shouldn't do what needs to be done. Fine. Good luck to you, then. Farewell. Let's see. While I was in the wooden ox earlier, I drew young tiger and yin dragon. Interesting. It was a dead ox and silent horse on the ship, so I remained hidden and barely managed to escape danger. Yet now, it's a sign of danger. Zhangji is always telling everyone to stay away from danger, but she's walking into the tiger's den. Send a letter. Good to see you again. 2 letters, both sent to the Yi Kingdom, right? Rest assured, they'll be delivered on time. Not far from the post. Go report to our lord. Frostblade has safely escorted the princess back to Longzhou. Take care of the folks at the post. Don't leave any loose ends for our lord. Ooh. To be continued, essentially. Alright. Sure. I can deal with it to be continued. Some rainbow order boxes. Oh, no more rainbows, I guess. Can't buy paradigm. Red boxes. Blue boxes. And whatever, Nitium, I guess. And that is just hard mode stages. Whatever. Alright, stage 2. Completed. Some stuff from the battle pass. Here we go. Oh, daily reset. Sure. Alright. Oh, I completely forgot. Aurorian trials, right? Yeah, let's start with Zhangji. Why are there suddenly so many Eclipsites here? The one on the left looks especially tough. We'll need to set up a square thunder array and fight it carefully. Use Parasol Pool to eliminate all the other enemies that are spread out everywhere. It's extremely advantageous for us to fight enemies in the Square Thunder array. Use it well to win all your battles. Yeah, one of the reasons why I'm not pulling for, or rather, why I'm not really mourning the fact that I didn't pull Zhangji is that her Square Thunder array is something that she utilizes heavily, and unless you get plenty of dupes, you just get an array that's like 3x3. So, you know, not really worth using. Well, okay, worth using, right, but suboptimal. Easy. Yeah, mission complete. I know. Continue, please. Zhongzhi with Karen and Brock, because Karen can push and Brock can pull. It appears I've returned to the battlefield again. Although mobility is something of an issue, I'll try my best to help you. Yeah, we attach a flame, and thus the Eclipsite is temporarily at the mercy of my ancestral flame. Please use my skill to move the Eclipsite. The ancestral flame will open a path. Yeah, Brock can pull him. Zhongzhi can move him. And then Karen can push him away. Such miraculous power! Tell us a tale of those bygone days when everything is finished. Right, the tiles get reset anyway, so I don't have to save them. Okay, maybe they don't actually reset. Sure, that's also fine. Probably not the best move. Whatever. Shouldn't really matter all that much, should it? Yeah, this is much better. And lastly, Li King. We don't get anything for Li Tianjian, or for Dantang, or for Muyebai. Curious, because Li Tianjian was a... No, he wasn't from this event. He was from the Dantang event? I'm not sure. What a pain. And yes, you didn't tell me there were Eclipsites as annoying as these. If we attack directly, the other Eclipsites will recover. Leave it to me. I've got a perfect remedy.
称号は完璧こいつは効くよ天地総木の聖水を集めて
No, this fellow won't go down this round. Knock yourself out, old man. Good job. I don't have any fish here, but I'll let you try some special grilled lizard later.
血がたぎってきたぜ。どこにぶっ込む？おとなしくしやがれ！
I guess Lee King's skill is useful when killing an Eclipsite would be a negative. Like in this case, killing this guy would heal the
よ
rest.
く狙って
That was a waste of Aurora time.
調合は完璧こいつは効くよ
I know, you get the
天地
effect.
総木の聖水を集めて
Maybe.
よく狙って
Where's my mouse? Okay. I see it. I've only one eye open right now, but I see it.
投薬
Oh, easy. Done.
ふん当然の結果だね
There we go. Now we can end the stream. So, thank you everybody for coming. What do I usually say? Leave a like if you liked it, leave a comment. What did you think of it? Subscribe to be notified of future videos. Magia Record, Shy, Helk, plenty of others. Click the bell to be notified of streams because I'm going to be streaming in the future as well. Support the channel on Patreon. It's linked down below and also linked on the screen right now, down there. On YouTube as well. Super thanks, super chats, memberships, all that jazz. On Patreon for $10 you get early access to non-seasonal shows, and for $1 you get a role on Discord and place in the credits. You also get that role on the Discord via memberships on YouTube directly. And share my content, spread the word if you don't want to spend any money. That's also acceptable. And thank you to all of my current Patreons: QB Without an Ethic, Survivor, Zayrainer, Akamancer, Dr. Watt, Mashigala, Fassel, and Hans Peter. And you can join them if only you so desire. So, in summary, interesting rewrite of the event. It contained some things that were reminiscent of the original one, but ultimately it was a fully original story, really. The original event dealt a lot more with Muyabai and her attempts at retrieving the navigational tool. Yeah, so the like overarching plot was entirely different, but it hit some of those same plot points. Interesting. I've never seen a gacha like rewrite a whole event this way, so it was certainly nice to experience. But yeah, right now that's gonna be it from me. I'm just gonna leave you with the music and sign off. So as always, you guys do all the good stuff, and I'm gonna see you in the next one. Cheers!